Hello there.
Well, hello. Hello. My little sluggy friends. Put the pen back where it came from also help me. Goddamn desk needs cleaning. Did I make a live post? Welcome to the ramblings of a snail's mind, brought to you by Squirt D Mimi.
Bazinga!
Welcome in, everyone. Good me morning. For a lot of y'all, it is morning. For me, it's like early afternoon. Let's see. How does one stream? Well, hello, everyone. It's me, your boy, Squirt Penis. Skinny Penis, one of the two, one of the many names that we have given ourselves. Today, let me jump over here. Bring. Hello there. It's me, your boy. Wait, we can't see the chat. It's always a problem. Why do you guys always do this? Why do you guys always cause me problems? Like I use fucking. No, I'm kidding. It's not you guys. It's me. See, I just updated it and it worked now. It was me. It was always me. It's like that meme where the astronaut is like staring at the Earth and there's another astronaut behind him, and it's it's me saying it was me, and then you guys behind me saying it was always you. Anyway, hello. Let me say hi to the Sluggies. 8 a.m. My God. I mean, listen. For me, it's good old 13-1, the big 24 clock, 12-hour clock numbers. Oh, Sunny's so cute. It is 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Waking up in the morning. Gotta analyze this movie by a Markiplier. Are you going to play it? I am going to play it, but I have it slightly blurred, and I have a filter over the screen, and I'm gonna read out the disclaimer that I have at the bottom of the screen now, as well as like before we start watching. Disclaimer. So if you don't know what this stream is today we're going to be analyzing and just going through the plot of Markiplier's recent movie Iron Lung. And I just want to have a disclaimer. I do not endorse piracy. I have already paid to see Iron Lung at the cinema, and I urge you to do the same if you can. I simply need the footage to jog my memory of the plot. So thank you for understanding. Let's see, turn that off. Oh. Did it fucking reload? Brother. Hey, brother. There's an endless world to rediscover. Oh, it's afternoon for you. Whoops. Yeah, time zones do kind of be like that. Okay, it reloaded. Right. Excuse me. So yeah, we are playing it, but I have blurred it, so you're just gonna get the audio, and we are pausing it a lot. This is obviously this isn't on a streaming service yet, because the movie is currently in the cinemas. So this is pirated footage, but I want to highly, I want to scream this from the rooftops. I do not endorse piracy, and I urge you to pay to see movies. I have already paid to see this movie. I just need the footage to jog my memory. Okay. Again, I'm going to say this again for the people in the back before we start watching, but let me finish saying hi to the Sluggies. Sorry, Cod, that it's so early for you, but hello Cod, hello there. Hello, Jay. Yes, I am playing it. Good morning. Hello there. Hello, Golden. Hell yeah, Golden. Welcome in. Hello, Regin. Good morning. Stuck at work, but sending my love anyway. Have a fun stream. Thank you for sending your love, Regin. Good morning, and hello there. Hi, Delta. Hello, wie geht's? Hello there. Hello, Tapping. How you doing? Won't be able to stay along, but I'm always here in spirit. Thank you, Delta. Thank you, Father Delta. Yes. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes. I appreciate. Come on, Steam Deck, work. Did I even press it? I'm trying to do an applause. There we go. Fucking Steam Deck. I only updated it like a week ago, and now it's like, oh, we need to update again. Oh my god. But thank you, Father Delta, for being here in spirit. I do love spirits. Have you heard of vodka and or Jew on the Grudge? Sorry, I think I need to blow my nose again. Hello, Slugtuber. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Blood Fashion. Hey, Mimi. Hey, Blood. How's it going? Hello there. I see you've got Cinny as your profile picture. Excellent choice. Absolute cinema. You know what I need? I need a toggle that's just like hands up in the air, so I can do the absolute cinema thing. But hi, hello, Nick as well. Good morning. 11 p.m. for me, but ignore that. Good morning, Nick.
Hello there.
It's not even like, this isn't even, because I told you guys at the start of the year I want to start doing Good Me Morning streams again. This isn't even the me morning streams, really. And to be honest, I don't know how I'm going about that yet, because we're rolling things out slowly. I say we, I mean I, because I'm a snail, slug, or whatever you want to call. But good me morning, and hope you're doing well. Hello there, Nick. I can't remember if I gave you a hello there, so you get another one. Hello, Mind. Monday, gotta get down on Monday. Wait, is it Monday? Feels like a Tuesday. Oh my god, it's Monday. We're all gonna die. Oh my god, we're all gonna die. It's Monday. Oh god, it's Monday. Oh god, Monday. No, Monday. Oh my god, Monday. No, Monday. No, it's okay. It's all right. It's okay. It's just the name for a day. Time is a concept. It's okay. We're gonna get through this. My phone is charging upside down, so I have you on normal position for this stream. Awesome. Absolute cinema. Also, I love the emojis hat. That's great. That needs to be like my new, what do you call it? Oshi mark is just the snail with the two hands. I kind of love that. I'm actually going to take a little snip of your message, Mind, so I can remind myself that I would like maybe have that as my Oshi mark, maybe? I don't know. Because I would love to have the like slime splat as my Oshi mark, and I currently kind of do have it as my Oshi mark. But the thing is like, because a lot of like, I think Windows and a lot of like browser devices don't support it because it's like a newer emoji, it kind of just shows us like a bunch of like text. So I've been thinking like, what do I do? Because, you know, obviously I love like the snail and the popcorn emoji, but that's funny as fuck with the hands. Anyway. Oh, it's afternoon for you. Whoops. Yes, it is afternoon for me. Well, there's no legal way to watch the movie in my country to begin with. Wait, what do you mean? Is it not legal to watch Iron Lung in your country, Golden? Like, just in general? You pirated this film. You clearly don't appreciate good cinema, and for that your eyes have been surgically removed so you can't watch movies anymore. Jigsaw, probably. Okay. Yeah, no, Jigsaw would do, no, I don't know what he'd fucking do. As we were saying yesterday, like, Jigsaw just has fucking weird morals, so someone could pirate a movie and he'd turn a blind eye, but then someone, like, smokes and he's like, I'm gonna put you in a trap and see how long you can hold your breath. Cute. Huh? Anyway, also, yeah, I want to reinforce, I don't endorse piracy. I know that you were making a joke. I just want to reinforce it. Also, finished work 2 hours ago, 9 p.m. my time, and now watching Slushy at 11 p.m. peak lifestyle. Yeah, I don't know exactly what time streams are going to be, but honestly, I kind of like streaming at this time. Just from this singular interaction, this singular moment. I'm enjoying streaming early. It feels nice to get stuff done earlier. But I'm glad that you're having a nice day. I'm glad that you're having a nice day, Nick, and I hope you can relax and enjoy the stream. That would be a good toggle. I think it would be funny, at least. There is no paid service, nor it's going to show on Cinema. Oh, dang. I'm sorry to hear that, Golden. Hey, listen, maybe you can watch it on streaming service, because like obviously it's gonna come out to streaming services at some point. Oh my god. Again, so sorry. I have a cold / flu / I'm ill from anxiety. So apologies for all the sniffles and snot breathing sounds. I know it's kind of gross. I do apologize. I know, I'm so sorry. But yeah, hopefully it comes out on streaming services for y'all who don't have access to it in cinema or online. Like, I don't know if it's streaming anywhere right now. Probably not, because when I was trying to see if I could pay, because I was like fine paying for it again, if I could find a way to stream it. But there's seems like there's no way to stream it online right now. So unfortunately, I'm needing to pirate this. But I want to reinforce, also, instead of pirate, I'm gonna say One Piece. I've done this before, just because I'm worried that YouTube is gonna bonk me if I keep saying this. I am One Piecing this, but I'm gonna read out the disclaimer on the bottom of the screen. Disclaimer. Is that drilling going on? Oh yeah, sorry, there is drilling going on in the background as well. So apologies. That's been going on for like the past hour, so I do apologize if that sounds annoying. Also, hello Jack, welcome in. How you doing? Hello there. Hello there? Button.
Hello there.
Thank you. And hello Sam as well.
Hello there.
Yeah, it's not on any streaming services at the moment. So this is One Piece footage, but I want to reinforce the disclaimer at the bottom of the screen. I do not endorse piracy. I have already paid to see Iron Lung, which is this movie that we're talking about. I have already paid to see Iron Lung at the cinema, and I urge you to do the same if you can, whether that's at the cinema or like a physical cinema or online paid streaming service, whatever. I just simply need the footage to jog my memory of the plot. Thank you for understanding. Please don't be mad at me for showing this. I'm blurring it. I put like a filter over the screen. I don't want to encourage bad behavior. That is it. Because I realized when I watched, do you remember when we talked about the Superman movie before? On a previous stream, we talked about the newest Superman movie. I realized that I literally missed like a big plot point of the movie was like that there was like a war going on. And, you know, I was talking about this yesterday about how like, you know, I'm a bit, you know, brain's a bit hyper. So a lot of times I miss plot points and like key information because I'm too busy focusing on the visuals. But also me writing notes in the cinema makes it hard for me to pay attention. I was gonna write notes, but I was like, I just want to watch the movie and then rewatch it and talk about it. So we're doing it this way. The stream is for educational and discussion purposes only. Support the official release. Yes, exactly, Golden. Thank you, Golden. Thank you, Golden. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I'm gonna have some water real quick. Also, I was gonna have like audio in the background, but to be honest, it makes it a little bit hard for me to think when I have like the BGM on. So I know that we've been yapping for 20 minutes, probably longer than, I mean, to be fair, that's not that long. Usually I yap for way longer. And, what was I gonna say? It's so quiet now. Let's get it nice and close. Hello, welcome to the stream today. No, sorry. Also, I wanna say I intend to turn this into a YouTube video. So, cause like I saw like a video recently saying like, as a streamer, content creator, whatever, you should really aim to do multiple things with your streams, like, because that really helps, like, what is it, like, work smarter kind of mindset. And I realized, like, I've told you guys for like more than a year now that I want to make video essays about movies, but I think just sitting down and like analyzing the movies in my spare time has been really daunting. So I realized if we did it on stream together, that might be really helpful. And then afterwards, I just edit the VOD and make that into a video on its own. So I figured we could give this a try. Anyway, Yeah, without further ado, if you're wondering what this stream is going to be, we're just going to analyze the plot. We're going to talk about the plot. I'm going to be pausing this a lot. And honestly, if I get really confused during this, I do apologize in advance, because honestly, like, there's a lot of points in this movie where, like, I was just so confused. not like, I think because, like, as I mentioned before, yesterday when I briefly talked about this movie, it seems like a significant portion of this movie seems to be like the main character going crazy because, like, of lack of oxygen, or like the fear is making him lose it. And, you know, I like that. That's pretty cool. But that's why I'm a bit confused. So, like, yeah. Okay. So, this is Iron Lung. This is a movie directed by Markiplier, you know, known YouTuber, FNAF King, E-boy. I don't mean E-boy like that kind of E-boy. But yeah, today we're going to look through his movie. As I said, I've already paid to watch this at the cinema. And we're just gonna look through the footage. We're gonna explain the plot. At least I'm gonna explain the plot, but from a slug perspective, dumbass perspective, and we're gonna analyze things here and there. So let's go. I'm realizing I'm talking way too much. So there's like stars appearing. And I think, oh wait, I have it muted, my bad. Oopsie, epsilon. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, right. Oh.
The planets have disappeared.
Slug POV. Okay, I'm gonna go back a tiny little bit because it just jumps right into like a narration as soon as the movie starts. So I want to make sure like I'm getting all the audio. Okay, so we're looking at like a night sky. We're seeing darkness as we do for a lot of the time. What am I saying? I don't know what I'm trying to say. Okay, we start out looking at darkness, and there's narration. And we see some stars.
Planets have disappeared.
Mm-hmm. Planets have disappeared.
There are barely enough of us left to give the end a name. The Quiet Rapture.
Yeah, so this movie is about the Quiet Rapture, which, to be honest, I don't fully know what the Quiet Rapture means. I can only assume like a lot of people died and they don't know why, and that's why they call it the Quiet Rapture. Okay. And then it goes from we start looking at a butthole of a night sky to the butthole starts to open up, and we see, I assume, the Iron Lung, which is like the submarine device that keeps our little Marky Moo nice and safe, at least for the most part.
Infrastructure crumbles. Too few to rebuild. Too many to feed. Humanity decays. But don't despair, my sons. I tell you now that there is more to these moons than meets the eye. A consolidation. They hide their technology, their people. They won't tell you what they found. I will.
Okay, yeah, so we start this movie with the perspective of the iron lung being lowered into the ocean, which I don't think the narrator has said it, but the ocean is entirely made of blood. I think this was supposed to be... Should I have like a spoiler warning, or is that stupid? Because obviously the spoilers... Okay, I'm gonna have a spoiler warning. because I'm gonna have a spoiler warning. Spoilers. I feel like that's silly, but like I want to cover all bases. Okay. Spoilers, obviously. So I think they tried to make it like the blood, like they tried to make it like some kind of what do you call it? Like I think they tried to make it like a revelation in the movie that's like, oh my god, this is actually human blood. Oh my god, it's not just any ordinary blood, it's human blood. And I remember like when I watched it, I was like, I mean, honestly, I figured it was human blood because if you said that there was a quiet rapture that happened, then I assume a lot of people have died, and probably like so many people died that it just filled the ocean with blood. So yeah, I assume so. I remember this game, nothing happened for 2 hours, then you got eaten by a fish. Looks sick. Yeah, I do apologize to the maker of this game because if you didn't know, this movie, Iron Lung, is based on the game of the same name, Iron Lung. I'm just going to get the name of the developer up because I was actually looking into him after I watched the movie, but I'm so sorry, I could not pronounce his last name. I'm worried I'm not going to be able to pronounce his last name without Iron Lung developer, because his last name is Polish. His name is David, oh gosh, Szymanski? I'm just going to call him David. So David, the developer of Iron Lung, he I feel like what was I saying? Why did I bring up his name? I mean, obviously I'm bringing up his name because this movie is based off of his game of the same name. And I did try to watch like gameplay footage of Iron Lung, but because it is quite a slow burn, it's like the gameplay is quite a slow burn, watching it made me really sleepy. So I wasn't able to pay attention to a lot of it. I feel like this probably would be a better review if I had played the game myself, but I've just not gotten around to it. So this is purely from like a movie watching perspective. I have watched, like, as I said, I've watched some gameplay, so like it does seem like FNAF in that like you are in a singular room and you just have to go keep checking things every now and again. So it is kind of funny that like, you know, Markiplier's origins of, I know it's not his origins, but like the main reason he blew up was because of FNAF 1, which is like, you know, gameplay where you're in a pizzeria, you're in like a single room that you just have to keep checking the doors, check that the animatronics aren't going to come in, checking the cameras. And it's interesting that like his debut movie as a director is based on a game that has sort of similar gameplay, which you were in a single room the whole time, the Iron Lung, the submarine, and you have to keep checking the cameras, and I think you have to keep checking like oxygen and other things. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's interesting. Some of the game lore for the Quiet Rapture, if you're interested. It was a mysterious cosmic event which wiped out a large majority of life in the entire galaxy. Interesting. Civilizations were wiped out and stars started disappearing from the night sky, and no one knows why. All of the events in the actual Iron Lung are meant to be research mission to find the cause. I see. But do you ever actually like figure things out? Because, I mean, it's also like, this also feels like FNAF, where like you do need to go and like research this stuff and look into the lore. So that's probably why I personally am really sorry for the drilling. That's probably why I personally am so confused about the full plot of this movie, because I haven't dived into the lore of it, and I know that Markiplier loves his lore, and I appreciate him for that. I am just, from a fully movie perspective, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But thank you for the extra context, Sam. I do appreciate it. Because it is a very creepy thing to say, like, it was just a mysterious cosmic event that wiped out a whole fuck ton of life. And there is a lot of horror with the unknown. Like, that is something that I love in horror movies, is like the unknown, because it forces your mind to fill in the gaps. And, you know, fear and horror is quite subjective amongst everyone. So when we are faced with the unknown, whether it's in a game setting or a horror setting, our mind often fills in the gaps with the things that we are scared of. And I love that. And I also want to point out that just like the game, this whole movie is set in a single room. And I just want to say that is so fucking impressive, especially for a debut movie. And again, apologies for the trails. For a debut movie, and I don't know his budget. I should probably know that, actually. But to be fair, I don't know like what budget equals. Like, you could tell me that a small budget would be like $10 million, and I'd be like, what the fuck? That is so much money. But anyway, sorry. Yeah. So we're starting this movie. Markiplier, Mr. Markimoo, is being lowered into the blood ocean via the Iron Lung. And when you think about it, it's kind of interesting that the submarine is called an Iron Lung, because, I mean, the whole ocean is full of blood. And, you know, if you think about your own lungs, they are also submerged in blood. So it's like we're like entering into a body.
One moon stands apart from the rest. And in the darkness of that moon, an ocean of blood.
Oh, okay. I could have given the narrator 5 more seconds and he would have told us that it was an ocean of blood. Fuck's sake. So yeah, Markimoo, Mr. Mark, is being lowered into an ocean of blood. I hope that there are multiple points in this movie where Mr. Mark has interaction with said blood, and I'm just like, you know, good thing that Mr. Mark, again, spoilers for the plot of the movie and everything that happens. If you don't want to hear spoilers, feel free to chime out, and I'll catch you next time or another time. It's a good thing that Mark's character Simon dies in the movie, because like, after his vast exposure to all this blood, I am like, I cannot imagine what kind of diseases he has gotten from just being amongst all this blood. Like, oof. But anyway, I digress. Really great shot composition in this movie as well, to be honest. And here we are in the iron lung. This is our first view of the iron lung, like from the inside. And pretty much from this point onwards, this is all we see, is like just the interior of the iron lung. And of course, here we have Mr. Mark. I don't know why I keep calling him Mr. Mark. Here we have Mr. Mark of the Moo sat in his little chair, almost just like the security guard from FNAF. It's like, it's almost poetic if you think about it, because that's where his main origins lie. Apologies for the ads on the screen.
Beginning the descent. Mission clock started. Exploration of 18.5 underway.
Okay, so although we have met, so we've now met Mr. Mark, not fully obviously because he's hooded, but we've also got another voice over the intercom, and that's something that we encounter a lot in this movie, is several voices over the intercom. But that is basically our only interaction with other characters, other than like another scene where we see a woman through a window, who is the woman that you just heard. So Mark's, I'm gonna call him Simon as well, because that's his name. The main character, Simon, we don't actually find out his name until quite far into the movie, but Simon's character basically has no interaction with any human or entity during this movie until maybe the very end, because I don't know what happens to him after the end of the movie. It's the King of Five Nights at Freddy's himself. Exactly. It's the boy. It's your boy, Mr. Pink Mustache, Mr. Glasses. And yeah, right out of the gate, I know I'm talking so much about like the exposition of this movie, like the origins and everything, but right out of the gate, I love the shot of this movie. Like, we've already gotten like the camera itself descending down the length of the electrical wiring of the on the ceiling of the lights, to further denote, is that the word? To further denounce. Am I using real words? To further like show like how much descent is going to take place in this movie. There's going to be descent into the blood itself, descent deep and deep into the ocean, and there's going to be descent into madness. There's a lot of descent.
How's it looking down there, convict? Ready to do some good for a change?
And we have found out now that Mr. Mark is a convict. We don't know why, but he looks quite dirty, quite unkept. So we can only assume that he's not been treated super well up until now, either because he's a convict or because, I mean, with a quiet rapture happening, we can only assume that the world is in turmoil and, you know, everything is just a mess. So we can only really get a closer look at the world of Iron Lung through the exterior of Simon. Like, he's dirty, his clothes are ripped, he's disheveled, and through looking at this character, we can see that his his exterior environment in the real world is probably not too good. The world itself is probably damaged and broken, like how he is. But we're starting the movie with they're starting the descent. We are getting right into it. We are plunging right into the sphincter of this plot and the ocean. And Mark does not look super happy about it.
Yeah. Let's get this done.
Roger that. Cruising depth in roughly 2 minutes. Stand by.
Okay, so we're vibrating a lot here. Cruising depth takes 2 minutes, which honestly is kind of crazy. Like, in modern day, if you wanted to go that deep into the earth, like, because I'm not sure how deep they're going. Like, if they're going to the bottom of the ocean, I mean, seems like we're going quite deep. But like, doesn't it usually take way longer to go that deep? I mean, I fucking love marine biology and everything to do with the ocean, because I think it's terrifying and fascinating as fuck. But like, holy shit, like, doesn't it take so long to just get down that far? My man Marky Moo did nothing free. Yeah, so we don't fully know why Mr. Mark is a convict. We're just seeing him descend into the ocean, and he's not super happy about it.
I'm seeing some voltage irregularities on the instrument, so keep an eye out for sparks or flames or anything like that.
Flames? Why would there be flames?
I don't know. That's why.
Okay, so just like Mark, the iron lung is also broken and decrepit. We're told a little bit further on that the iron lung was made with put together resources. So, for example, I believe they mentioned the glass for the window was foraged, and they were really lucky to find this glass in the first place. And you can see here these 4 lights indicate how much oxygen Simon has throughout the movie. So these 4 lights are almost like a representation of the time that we spend with this character, because I mean that's how much, that's like his lifeline, is these 4 lines here, these 4 dots. It feels so surreal seeing Mark in an actual acting role. He's acted in funny YouTube videos and music videos, but this is really something. Well, that's, the dichotomy of humans, right? Like, we're 3-dimensional creatures. We're not just YouTube, like if we talk about Markiplier, he's not just a YouTuber that makes funny videos. He is a human with, bad side, good side. He can be funny, angry, he can laugh, he can cry, I can only assume he can do he does the oinky sploinky with his significant other. The oinky sploinky, what the fuck is that? But yeah, it is honestly, it's really cool to see like a YouTuber that I personally have grown up with in like a feature length movie in the cinema. Like, it's honestly quite crazy. Oh yeah, so right off the bat, we are given the impression that the iron lung itself is very it's not super stable. Like, the woman on the intercom says that there might be fires, she doesn't know, there could be sparks. So really, so far we get this seems like a research mission, but like it's not super, you off the bat don't have a lot of confidence that this is gonna go right. And I mean, obviously it's a horror movie, so you know that it's not gonna go right in all aspects, but it's funny that they start the movie with like basically no hope. Like, so many people died, it's an ocean of blood. Their last hope of salvaging information is sending prisoners who have committed crimes into the ocean for research using decrepit materials and technology. Wait, why did you say Lamau? Because of the oinky sploinky thing. Listen, my point is just, he's a 3-dimensional person, as am I. I know that that's ironic given But you know what I'm saying. So yeah, we are being lowered down and down and down and down. We're going down.
You did test this thing, right?
This is the test. But I've been welded in as tight as we can make it, and that ship's a tank. Just keep an eye on your depth while you're down there. The terrain can be unpredictable, so make sure we're not wandering down too far into the red.
So we are being told that this is the test, and that's probably, you know, the hint as to why. I mean, obviously, we already know that the iron lung is decrepit, and we haven't been told this as of yet. But yeah, the iron lung it was forged using like forged materials, decrepit pieces of metal and glass. But this is like the test, or at least that's what they're telling us is the test. Exactly, because of the oinky splinky comment. Listen, I don't know, man. So many people have different names for it. Can I just say, like, I am so scared of the deep ocean. Like, if I wasn't a VTuber, I'd probably be like a marine. I'd either first VTuber, but if I wasn't a VTuber, I'd be working in like the film industry as like a practical effects artist. And if I wasn't that, I'd be a marine biologist, because marine biology is so fucking interesting. Whether it's the creatures of the ocean or like the ocean itself, because obviously I don't know what year this takes place. It's probably like in the vast future, but in our current year, we've only discovered about 5% of the entire ocean. And that in itself is such a scary thing to think about, because what the fuck else is there to explore? Like, there is just so much that we have yet to discover, and that also ties in with the fear of the unknown. It's so fucking spooky. This is the test that is reassuring. Yeah. Well, as far as we know, this is the test. We find out later that this is in fact not the first time that they have sent people down into the ocean, and they are simply lying. However, I don't know why, because surely they should be focusing on keeping Mr. Mark calm and reassuring him that everything's okay. Like, they've done tests before. Them telling him that this is the test isn't exactly reassuring. So I feel like right off the bat, they're not exactly being super helpful. Like, I don't know if the last people on Earth just don't have like good people skills, I guess. I love the ocean, but the idea of being in the middle of the deep blue sea is so fucking scary. Exactly. And this isn't even the deep blue sea. This is the deep red sea, brother. This is about as red as me at my time of the month. This is about as red as that one VTuber period tracker website. It's all hands on deck for this period pad. Oh yeah, the depths of the ocean are very unexplored. Horrifying bivalves and nightmarish limpets. Yas. All those words and more. All the scary things you can think of and more.
It can take pressure.
But think of that, but submerged in blue.
Hey, Captain, I'm starting to feel it, that glass.
Right. Closing porthole shielding.
Hey, what is it exactly you want me to find? You haven't told me what it is.
We don't know.
So, Mr. Mark has not actually been told what he's supposed to find. He's just been told to get in the iron lung, Shinji. And that also makes me question what the people's skills are of the people who are remaining, because surely you'd at least want to give someone who is going to find research, going to explore the depths of this terrifying abyss, some kind of indication about what they need to find, especially if you're not sure about what kind of connection you've got, because this is just a shitty little intercom that they're using to communicate with Mr. Mark, and it's not exactly super smart. But I don't know. Again, I think it's just this is like a little look into like the world of Iron Lung. Like the people are just making do with what they have, you know, like they say country girls make do. Iron Lung people, they make blood.
You're the first one down.
That was terrible. I'm so sorry.
Surface scans, that's why you're there. Well, one of the reasons. You know, we salvaged that glass from Filament Station. Not a scratch on it. Right? Pretty lucky. Funny how some things survive and others don't.
So we're being told about a place called Filament Station, and this comes into the plot again later because we find out that the reason that Mr. Markey has become a convict is because he got arrested for causing this filament station to explode or be on fire. I'm not fully sure. I don't know what filament station means, but we're now being told fully by the lady on the intercom. I don't actually remember if... Oh yeah, her name's Ava. We're told later in the movie that her name's Ava. We're told now by Ava that they forged the glass from the window from Filament Station, which I can only assume is like a building. Crazy, I know. And what was it that she said? Like, there's one of the reasons you're there.
Surface scans, that's why you're there. Well, one of the reasons.
So, even as the audience don't know the full reasons why they're sending the convict down into the depths, they're keeping Mr. Mark in the dark, both figuratively and literally, and they're keeping the audience in the dark. Like, there is a lot at play here that is unknown.
You know, we salvaged that glass from Filament Station. Not a scratch on it. Right? Pretty lucky. Funny how some things survive and others don't.
I think that also shows that's also another look into the people skills of this lady, because I mean, the destruction of Filament Station is why Markiplier, Mr. Markey, is a convict, why he's in this situation in the first place. So unless she's purposefully trying to antagonize him, it's interesting that she's bringing up them salvaging materials from this building that he caused, at least as far as we know, he caused destruction to, when it's not exactly relevant to the situation. It feels just like small talk between like the survivors of the world at this point. Hi Mimi, how's my favorite slug? Hi Ryan, how you doing? Hello there. I'm doing good, thank you. Obviously I'm still ill, but I'm feeling good. I'm talking about a movie, so my brain is feeling nice and sparkly. Filament Station. Oh, like filling his bum?
Huh?
Like filling his butthole? Yeah, how are you doing, Ryan? Thanks for coming in. Hope you're having a good day. And hi, Richard. Morning, Mimi. Hope you're well today. Thank you, Richard. I'm still ill, but it's always nice to see y'all in chat, see y'all Sluggies, and hang out. Hope you're doing good yourself.
Hello there.
Hello there. She might be unaware of his crimes, would not be surprised. Feel better. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ryan. I mean, she seems... We're told in the movie that she is like I think she's like the captain, so she would definitely know what Mr. Mark has been doing. Mimi, you okay upside down? Yeah, I'm Gucci. I got my gravity-defying popcorn. I got my mustache, my glasses. My titties are no longer at the mighty hand of gravity. If anything, gravity's helping them pack up. Sending lots of positivity away for a speedy recovery. Thank you, Richard. I apologize. I thank you for that. Sorry, my brain is going like a million miles per hour.
Approaching maximum depth.
Oh yeah, and we're shown even more so how broken the iron lung is before, like during the descent with Mark, because literally it's dripping blood, which is not a good look. It is not a good look. And honestly, I really love that because, like, I mean, obviously it's a horror movie, but like, so like the inclusion of blood is like, ooh, but like the fact that right out of the gate we have like barely any confidence about this mission going well, because like, you know, the materials are forged from a destroyed building, things are broken, they don't even have like a professional submarine, or they don't have a professional iron lung navigator or controller at the wing. They have a convict, and that in itself says like that this world is not doing well. But Mr. Mark is now being revealed. He's taking down his hood. We're gonna see his gorgeous face.
30 seconds.
Hey, you hearing this? Hello? Hey, you said not to go into the red. We're in the red.
Includes radio signal. Head to the coordinates of the map and catalog as obstructed, and we'll consider your penance served. Be careful.
They also keep giving these false promises to Mr. Mark about how if he completes this descent and comes back, then he will have, he'll be let go. And to be honest, that's probably why they're specifically using convicts for these missions, because not only is it terrifying, but only someone who has no other choice but to do this would do it. So maybe they did have specific engineers or submarine drivers at some point, but they either died or they were just like, nope, I am not going down there, brother. That is too fucking scary and dangerous. So that's most likely why they're sending convicts down there. Daddy Mark. Ooh. Mimi, I do want to see this movie. I heard it's so good. Yeah, honestly, like, it's quite interesting. Like, there's a lot of unknowns, and it just makes me want to, you know, delve more into the lore of not just the movie but the game. Like, it is very interesting. Okay, do we get a look at his face now? Oh yeah, and to further into the plan not making any sense about, like, they should have told him what he was getting into before he got into it, or at least when he got into the Iron Lung, they should have told him what he was supposed to be doing, because then at least they've told him what he's supposed to do and he can't escape. Because I can only assume that they're only telling him what he's supposed to do now because he's already submerged and he has no choice but to stay and complete his mission, which is so manipulative and fucked up. It's sad, but that speaks to, like, really the desperation of humanity in this world. Sorry for the drilling. But yeah, as I mentioned, like, the technology on this ship is broken as fuck, and it's causing, I mean, it's probably as well because he's so deep down in the blood ocean, it's causing the signal to you know, I can't think of the right word. It's causing the signal to be interrupted and go all fucky wucky. Mimi, you aren't going to let us go, right? We'll fall down because we can be upside down like you. No, I'm not gonna let you go. You can be the right side up. It's just me. I just want to hang up here. I've got my little mantle suctioned to the ceiling and I'm Gucci, you know? But you can be right side up. You can be right side up.
Hey! You can't be serious.
So only now we're shown the true depth of how deep we are in the ocean, and yeah, we are shown like how lack of confidence Mr. Mark has. It's not exactly, because like oftentimes when you watch a movie, when you follow the main protagonist, you feel the emotions of the main person that you're following, so it really heightens the almost terror aspect at this point, because Mark has no idea what's going on, and he's scared, he's depraved, he's dirty, he's disgruntled, and that really is not a good that really reflects in us, the viewer. Like, we really like, because he's the only person we really follow through the whole movie, so we I mean, humans often mirror like, oh sorry, my dog is adjusting himself. Humans often mirror the people that they spend the most time with. There's a saying that goes like, you are a culmination of, like, your personality and your characteristics are a culmination of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. And I mean, in this specific case, we only have one person that we spend the next 2 hours with. So our feelings are really going to mirror Mr. Mark's, because this is not a fun situation. And it's scary as fuck, and we're really feeling it. I'm really feeling it. For a moment, I thought that noise was something else. You think I was using a fucking... I was going to say hydrangea. You thought I was using a fucking Hitachi on stream? Yeah, you know, as soon as Markiplier got his as soon as he took his fucking hood down, I was like, ah, yes. If that sent me, Jesus Christ, I can't even imagine the scene where he takes his fucking like shirt off and we can see his titties. We can see his man titties.
You can't be serious. You can't be serious.
Also, hello, Leon.
Hello there.
I wanna reinforce what I said earlier about how I love how many different perspectives we have in this movie. I mean, I think it was a clever choice for them to have the whole movie just be in one room, because it not only heightens the feeling of claustrophobia and, you know, the impending sense of doom and decay, like with how broken the submarine is, like we could die at any minute. It really I feel like it really forced you know, the cameraman, I mean, obviously it forced, because like Mark is the director, it really forced Mark to be creative. Not that I'm not trying to say he's not creative, so like, oh yeah, he was really forced, he was dragged through a thorny bush to be creative. I'm saying like it really, like when you have like so many constraints, it really makes you be more creative. Like in this sense, he is in a singular room. He only has so many things he can interact with. He has the camera, he has the dashboard that has like the driving pedals on it, how deep the water is. There's like certain like cupboards and things he can interact with, but there's only so much that he can interact with. He doesn't have a lot of space. It's just a submarine with equipment in it and him. And I really like that it was shot this way, because as I was just saying, it would have vastly encouraged creative decisions with the camera work and composition. Like, just then, I know it's like something small, but I mean, where like just this perspective here, it's so dark. We're shown like the only partial silhouette of Mark. We're shown almost here about how like dark his this sounds really stupid, but we're shown almost about how like his mind is starting to succumb to the darkness that he is enveloped in, and the only light that he has is a singular meager yellow light above his head, cascading on his poor little messy tussly brown hair, and 4 lights that indicate his oxygen, and that's scary. In my defense, maybe I just woke up, so I'm not thinking fully. No, you're fine, Ryan. I mean, you know, people masturbate is chill. It's like everybody poops, everybody touches their body, you know. It is what it is. I ain't judging. They did a really good. They did really good work building the room to shoot the movie. Mark shared a few set videos and photo shoots. Oh my god. If we have time after this, I would love to watch that. But isn't that like an hour and a half? Because when I was looking online to see if I could watch this movie or if I could purchase it again, I saw that he did a video talking about Iron Lung, but it said it's an hour and a half. I would love to watch that though if we have time. That would be, because I love behind the scenes videos about things, but Jesus Christ, that's like a whole other movie on its own. Imagine Mark directs a future FNAF movie after FNAF 3. I'd pay for that. I mean, honestly, I would have full confidence in Mark directing it, because I mean, this is a really great debut movie. It really shows how it really plays to his creative strengths, and it's a great debut for a director. But yeah, this perspective here I was going to talk about, just like this singular shot, it's a perspective from inside of a bag that's holding the manual for the submarine that he is inside. But like the perspective of like us being inside this tiny little bag looking out, it's just further reinforcing the feelings of claustrophobia, like, and I love it. It's a great angle. Maybe you read Everybody Poops, that book from Family. I didn't read it, I just know the meme. Okay, so I know that you guys can't see this, but I'm reading it for you. So this is the Koi Tops Operator's Manual, COI model SM8B, Hemo rover. So hemo is like Latin for blood, I believe. I mean, like, I think like the professional, the like specialized name for a vampire, for example, is like a hemomancer, I think, or hemoglobin, I can't remember. So this is literally like the name for like the submarine machine, a hemo rover, and I kind of love that. And this specific model is an SM8B. So there was an SM8 at one point, and we do find this later in the movie, and it's basically Mark's only salvation is the SM8 that he discovers in the depths. And it makes you wonder like how many ships they've made of this. If there's an SM8B and an SM8, is there an SM7, an SM6, SM5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all that business? How many convicts have they sent into the depths to research this? Or have they only just started sending convicts for research? There's a lot of questions. But yeah, so Mr. Mark is opening a manual to like see the controls, see how everything works, because he's not being given the proper information from the people that are sending him down here. So he's taking initiative, and you know, I praise him for that. He's a good boy, this Simon boy. I do apologize for going between Simon and Mark. It's just, so his character name is Simon, but you know, his real name is Mark. So I just keep going between the two. So he's trying to figure out information for himself, what he's supposed to be doing, why he's here, and reading. At least he knows how to read. I guess so. I was very surprised when I heard about this movie for the first time. I'm even more surprised to see the movie going well. But that is the case. Yeah, no, it's nice to see the movies doing well. Apparently it's like surpassed like a lot of box offices for other movies like Evil Dead and things, which is cool. Simon Mark III. He is really just trying to figure out why the fuck he's down here. And honestly, you know, I get that. I think we'd all be the same in this situation. If we were down in the depths in fuck knows where, we would all be like, and we just sat there with nothing to do. No Subway Surfer on one side of the screen. No slime squeezing videos on the other side of the screen. We would be so scared and bored and confused. We would start rifling around and looking for things to figure out what the fuck we're doing as well. And it's fun. Sorry, I don't mean like in a sadistic way. I mean like it's fun to like see his face and see almost like Mark's actually a decent actor. Like there are some points in this movie where like he overacts a little bit. Like it doesn't exactly rise in a natural way, his like energy. It goes from like 0 to 100, like normal talking to yelling, and it feels like the tension hadn't really risen to the point of yelling. And as someone who has been educated in acting and drama and theatre, a lot of times working with other people, it seems like when you're unsure about how to convey your feelings, you often increase your volume when you're speaking into shouting, just to try and like enforce the drama of the situation, which kind of loses the intended effect. However, other than that, his acting is quite good. Like his facial acting, I think his body language is a little, I mean, there's certain things that are quite strong. Like I like the way that like we see him like rubbing his hands. He's like trying to self-soothe himself, because obviously this is a scary situation and he doesn't know what he's doing, so his only options are really to self-soothe and calm himself, and as we can see here, educate himself on what's going on. Mimi, does Mark at any point the movie go, it's big brain time or something like that? Oh, Mimi, does Mark at any point in the movie go, it's big brain time or something like that? No, he doesn't say that. I assume that's like a reference to like his like a joke he has in the channel, but no, he doesn't say that. There is like a lot of points where he just says like fuck me and stuff like that though, so I don't know if that's something he usually says. But no, you can tell he's like taking this role very seriously. Like there's no like, at least to my memory, there are no real inside jokes that only people that watch the Markiplier channel will understand. There's nothing like that really. He's clearly taking this like seriously. Not that wouldn't be serious, but like he's clearly fully enveloping himself into the role, and I appreciate that. And as I said, like the camera shots that show his face, like his eyes like looking around, and the sheer panic on his face in certain instances. I appreciate it. Like, I appreciate his facial acting in certain instances, his like body acting as well, his like body language. And I think he does well. Like, I don't know if Mark has been in other movies. Like, I know, for example, Jacksepticeye has cameoed in certain other movies. Like, I think he was in what's that one movie with Ryan Reynolds? I think it's like Fall Man or Fall Guy. I don't remember. But if this is his first acting role, I fully commend him, to be honest. And if he doesn't even have like any acting experience, like if he's not been in like a course, or if he's not been like taught anything, I'm even more impressed. GG, Mark. Okay, so we're already at a scary point where we're starting to hear creaks and groans, like almost enveloping the iron lung. And we can see Mark's freaking out. He's like looking behind him. He's trying to see what the fuck that was. And he's being very proactive. And, you know, as an audience, like as someone viewing that, I appreciate it, because I can't stand it in horror movies where you follow the protagonist and they just cry and they're like, I don't know what to do, this is all my fault, I don't know what to do, I'm so lost. Like, I like proactivity in horror movies. I like when people they read, they think before they do, and they want to get shit done. They want to save themselves. They don't just cry and feel sorry for themselves. Creaks and grunts getting old sucks. Tell me about it, brother. I'm approaching the ripe old age of 30 and I'm feeling the creaks and the groans myself. But yeah, we're already feeling the fear of what the fuck is going on. We've been shown Simon's perspective behind him, and we just see darkness and cogs and gears, and that's it. Like, even in the iron lung, we can't fully see what is going on because it's so dark. Like, he just has this little light here and there powering his vision, and that's scary. Obviously. I don't know, I didn't need to tell you it's scary. Like, there's no one even telling him what to do. It's silent. Another nice shot. I appreciate that. Yeah, so he's looking again at the manual to see like what he's supposed to be doing on the information sheet. Again, I really appreciate the proactivity in this. Something I really like about the way that Mark plays this character is it feels like how at least it's been a while since I watched a horror movie and the main character actually acts like how I feel like a real person would act in this horrifying situation. The only other instance I can think of before this was like the main character from the movie Get Out by Jordan Peele. In this movie, Mark, he like acts a lot like I feel like a like an average person would act in this situation. I mean, obviously there are like a lot of external factors. Like if you have very intense claustrophobia, you're probably going to be like, oh my god, am I like panicking a lot and like, you know, maybe having like an anxiety attack or something. But you can see here like he is clearly trying to figure out what's going on. Like he's clearly like internally panicking a little, but he's self-soothing. He's rubbing his hands. He's like trying to get answers. He's asking questions. He's reading things. I feel like that's what any of us would do. Was we would do anything to try to live like and keep ourselves calm in this situation, and I appreciate that. There's another part in the movie where Mark really does what I think a normal person would do in response to a terrifying visual, and that is there is a scene where on the camera, because this big button we see here on the screen, he has to press this in order to take a picture of his surroundings, and his camera it's not like a normal camera, like your phone camera, for example. It's an X-ray machine camera, because that's the only way that they can see what is through the blood. Otherwise, if they used a normal camera, they wouldn't be able to, they'd just see red. They won't be able to see anything. And there's a part in the movie where Mark takes a picture and it shows a terrifying, like, fish creature with massive teeth in a cave, and then he takes a picture again not long after, and then it's gone, and Mark's reaction is just, oh, okay, yeah, that's great, yep. And I'm like, that is such a real reaction. Like, I was pissing myself laughing in the cinema, because I was like, honestly real. Like, if I was in that situation, like, no normal person starts screaming when something scary happens. They first try to self-soothe and make jokes about the situation. They're like, oh, yeah, yeah, that's great, yeah. And that's what he does, and I loved that. That feels more realistic that way. Mark being smart by reading and paying attention. He totally lived through a Saw movie. I mean, I don't even know, though, because Jigsaw is not exactly very helpful. Like, again, there's that pie chart that's like, how many people would have survived Saw traps if they had like 10 extra seconds? It's honestly real. But yeah, I really like the way that Mark acts in this movie. Again, GG's to him. He even gets jump scared by this, and like he hasn't been told how any of this machinery works. He's just been put in here, welded in, and then sent down, and that's it. Like, they've not told him anything other than you just need to get in this thing, go to the depths, come back, and that's it. And that's even if he comes back, which we know he doesn't, unfortunately. But like, he literally gets jump scared by a flashing light because it's so dark down here. Just the mere presence of any kind of light is frightening. Yes, it's a camera. Well done. So yeah, he's discovered that there's a camera that he can use to take pictures. He has access to some sea charts, and he's currently trying to navigate his whereabouts using the coordinates on his display panel. He's even keeping track of where he is with little chalk X's, and I appreciate that. Again, I love how proactive this character is. Like, there's too many times in horror movies where the main character does things that aren't very realistic or that impede them further and stop them, like, making any progress, or that put them in further danger. And I'm like, I really appreciate the proactivity of this character. And only now, after about 7 minutes only now, after about 7 minutes of us getting introductions to Simon, Mark's character, the Iron Lung, the worlds, the parts of the world that we've been shown so far, only now are we getting the credits. And honestly, I kind of love that, because I mean, you know, Mark does the thing where it's like jingle jangle, the back rooms. It is a thing where people often don't pay attention to like the names and credits and things. I realized I downloaded this GIF and I never used it. I also really quickly want to get a GIF of Jingle Jangle Markiplier GIF. Yeah, I like that the credits aren't at the start of the movie, because that is like a thing that happens a lot in, you know, most movies. Let's see. Is there a GIF of Jingle Jangle, Jingle Jangle? I think oftentimes people don't pay attention to credits when they play at the start of the movie or the very end of the movie, because it's like, oh, it's just the start of the movie, nothing's really happened yet, or oh, the movie's over now, we can go home. I like when the credits are played in like different sequential orders. Sorry, my dog keeps moving around. In like different sequential orders, because at this point we are hooked. This is almost like the bloody hook being pulled through the blood ocean. We have descended to the depths of a blood ocean with a convict that we don't know anything about. We don't even know his name. We don't know the scenario yet. We don't know really anything. And now it's showing the credits. And I appreciate that, because oftentimes people will be like, oh, we can be a bit late to the movie. Because nothing really happens at the start. You can miss like the start. But here, Mark is like, jingle jangle, pay attention. And then he shows the credits. And obviously the credits are a really important part, because that's the people who made the goddamn movie in the first place. Sorry for the drilling. And yeah, I appreciate that. He's even almost doing like a jingle. While the credits are playing, it's almost like he's doing like a jingle jangle in a visual sense. Like, my bad, sorry. He's almost like doing a visual jingle jangle, like by showing these like visuals of like the camera light flashing. Jingle jangle, jingle jangle. Fucking love that. So real. He's doing like the credits themselves are moving around. The lights are being lit up. He's putting his finger on different parts of the nautical chart. Like the camera's moving around a lot. So like I mentioned earlier that Mark doesn't have any like references verbally to like his channel or any inside jokes, but like this in itself is almost like a jingle jangle reference. I kind of love that. Sorry again for the drills. Tilting to almost the camera tilting almost into a Dutch angle, like a rocking motion, almost Dutch angle, to further show like the disorientation of the situation, but also I mean like the physical situation is like he is in the ocean. He is gonna be like, you know, wavering around a bunch. And I don't know about y'all, but like if I spend too much time on a boat, like on the seat, I get seasick. So like, oof, it really adds to like the psychologicalness of the situation. I don't know if that makes sense. It really adds to like the almost like seasickness of the situation. Yeah, best on the game, Iron Man by David Szymanski.
Okay, one down. 5 to go. Oxygen.
This is a great shot. So the credits are now over, and to reward you for staying through the credits, we are shown the consequences of time passing in the iron lung. One of the lights, one of the 4 lights that show how much oxygen in the tank there is, just went out. And Mark didn't know up until this point that that meant his oxygen, but this shot in itself, like we have the main focus, which is the character Simon on the right, mainly filling the screen, and then just in the corner we see one of the lights go out, and this almost like, I don't know what you'd call this, but the composition of this is really great. I love it. Like the fact he doesn't immediately panic either, and we can just see his eyes almost processing the information that just happened. I love it. It's like internal panic that you can feel. I love it. And that slow turn to look at the oxygen meter. The fear in his eyes as he realizes that he is running out of time. Like, again, Mark's facial acting is really good in this movie. I really appreciate it. And the again, the camera angles really emphasize the sheer panic and terror that he's feeling. Like this angle, like this camera angle, the camera's like slightly above Mark, looking down on him, making him feel small and insignificant in comparison. And, you know, the light almost emphasizing his nose, even like, it's almost like we're getting like a visual look into Mark's mind. Like he is thinking like, I am running out of breath. Like, the emphasis I'm probably looking into this too much, but like the emphasis on like his nose where, you know, he breathes really gives us almost an insight into what is going on in his mind. Like, shit, I am running out of oxygen, I'm gonna suffocate down here. And the way that he reacts is, again, very realistic. Like, he just goes... Like, you can hear the shaking in his breathing, but he's self-soothing. Once again, he's breathing. He's probably had to keep himself calm in a lot of instances as a prison convict. And he probably knows that in a situation like this, you can't panic. Like, in a terrifying situation, whether it's in prison or it's at the bottom of a blood ocean, you can't panic. You just have to breathe. But you can hear like the panic start to build up in his like in his body language and his breathing, like the like you can hear it. It's a nice detail. Again, the way his eyes move, like, I feel like the reason why I mentioned like his facial acting is really good and his body language is okay. And to be honest, that's probably, I probably haven't paid much attention to his body language in this movie specifically because quite a few of the camera shots are quite close shots. It's not like, would you call it a wide angle lens? I don't know. It's quite close to his face. And we're shown his emotions via like his eyes mainly. Like, we don't even really, like, when we zoom in, it often shows like his nose and his eyes. And that's probably why I've not really been able to like probably think about his body language, because like most of his acting comes from his face, and I do really appreciate that, especially because with the camera being this close, it really again heightens the feeling of claustrophobia. Like, we are in a small space, we are trapped in a small place alone, and it really heightens the terror. I love it. We're market pliers. What? What are you talking about, Phyllis? Oh, Jesus Christ. What in the fuck? Okay, I guess this is an advert. What the fuck is this? I guess this specific website has ads. Let me just... That gave me such whiplash. Jesus Christ, what is this? Sorry y'all, I'm skipping past this currently. Yeah, it seems like this website has a lot of gambling ads, so don't worry about it. You don't need to pay attention to that. Again, I want to reinforce, I'm only watching this one-pieced footage to jog my memory. Okay, I've already paid to watch the movie, and I encourage you to do the same. Thank you. Okay, we're back on the actual movie. Apologies. So we're being shown quick form flashes of the types of pictures that we are going to come across throughout this movie. And as it is like an X-ray machine, it's not in color, it's in black and white, and it only really captures like the detail of like, I don't actually know how X-ray machines work, but I mean, I've had X-rays, like, you know, a normal person, and it only really captures like the bones and like the inner tissue of the body, right? And honestly, I love that they specifically use an X-ray machine, because I mean, whenever I say I love these things, and I know it's from like the game, unless they say they use an X-ray machine in the game, like, I'm just gonna say I love the movie for doing this. I'm not saying like, oh, the movie's better than the game or anything, because I wouldn't know. I haven't played the game. But I do love the connotations of like almost body horror, like the submarine that we are in is called the Iron Lung. We are being submerged into an ocean of blood. We are using an X-ray machine to see the internals of the ocean. Like, there's a lot of connotations with like body thing, like body horror, and I love that. It's almost like we're just in a big body, because we have to use an X-ray machine to look into a body. Like, in reality, when you have a problem in your body, or you have like a broken bone or something, you'll go to a doctor and they'll use an X-ray machine to see what's happening inside your body. And that's almost like what's happening here. X-rays only interact with density. The more dense the object, the more white it appears in the image. I see. Okay. So, yes. Thank you, Sam, for that. Appreciate that. And yeah, once again we are shown Mr. Mark's terrified eyes. Almost, again, heightening the body horror. I thought that those droplets were, I mean, when it zoomed into Mark's face, I thought it was supposed to be Mark sweating, but we're actually shown that it's the internals of the iron lung leaking. So it's like a play on visuals, and I like that a lot. I just want to say, I'm sorry that I keep saying I like this, I like that. I should really say that this is effective. Because obviously I have my opinions as well, but like, I should really say when something is effective rather than like, oh yeah, I like this. This is scary, because it's not exactly the most literate way of analyzing a movie, I guess. What I love as well what I love as well about the X-ray machine being used to take pictures is you can't fully see what is in the picture. You kind of have to guess based on the silhouettes of the white and the greys, and it's again further playing into the fear of the unknown is very effective. Yeah, see, I did it. I said I didn't. I said it was effective. What I think is, again, effective from these kinds of shots as well is it's almost like Mark is being watched. Like he is a specimen in a machine. He's a specimen inside a body that's almost being analyzed by us, the viewer. As I mentioned earlier, we get so many different camera angles in this small confined space that it's almost like we are the doctor, we are the surgeon analyzing Mark through our little like microscopic lens. And this angle here is like from the corner of the iron lung, like we're almost like peeking around the corner, like solely focusing on Mark. And that really again heightens the feeling of he's being scrutinized, not just as a convict, but as a living being that has to survive through this situation. Hi, Char, welcome in.
Hello there.
And hello, Senhorse.
Hello there.
Welcome. Don't worry about it. Hope you have a nice day at work. I appreciate the body language here. So, I think the way that they fill the time in this movie is showing how Mark is trying to navigate the ocean depths, how he is mentally, like how he's feeling mentally, based on like the camera angles, the different compositional shots were shown, and I mean dialogue with the people on the intercom, and just trying to navigate this fucking place. Right now, like honestly, when I started watching this movie, I was like when I watched it on the weekend at the cinema, my main thought, because it's only been about 10 minutes. It's only been about 10 minutes, and I was thinking like, what are they gonna fill this movie with? Because it's just Mark in a single room, and he doesn't even know what he's supposed to be doing. So that's something that I think they did really well, was like, that sounds like a bit condescending, me saying, I think they did really well filling the time. I'm saying like, I think they did a really good job finding ways to keep us captivated in the space, to not exactly explain, but how would you say, to like show the interesting details of this story and this world. It's almost like make a biopsy to a giant monster. Yeah, it's scary. I like it. He's almost like a little germ that's navigating this giant body of a monster. And I mean, to be honest, the world maybe even sees him as a germ because he's a convict that's just been sent into the depths without any information or guidance. They haven't spoken to him in fucking ages. The sad thing as well is he does get light from using the camera, but it's only for as long as the picture lasts. Like, that's like the most light he has through like the whole movie is like, sorry, my belly's grumbling. That's like the most light he has through the whole movie is just when he takes a picture. And he literally like puts tape over the button to keep it like flashing, taking pictures to keep the light on, but that doesn't even end up working and the tape ends up peeling off the wall. I remember when that happened, like when the tape peels off the wall, like a bunch of people in the cinema were like laughing and I was like, is this funny? Am I missing something? There were multiple points in this movie where like a bunch of people in the cinema were just laughing and I'm like, am I missing a joke here? I don't understand. But I mean, the way that Mark almost encodes humor into this horrific movie is, you know, it shows in his audience, like you laugh when you're nervous, right? And that's probably maybe even why people were laughing in the cinema, because they were nervous and scared about what was happening. I'll tell you more about the humor details in a little bit. I have been pausing this to talk way too much. I should also get some food, maybe. And again, we're shown that it's not his sweat. Like, he is in a very hot environment because it's just him and his carbon dioxide. It's like heating up the environment. But it's not his sweat. It is just the ship itself leaking, producing condensation because of it being such an enclosed environment. But now it's like directly affecting Mark. Like it's dripping onto him. These are not great conditions for this poor guy. So, I was really confused. I mean, okay, I thought it said weird ass tubers. So he's looking at his map again and he's mumbling to himself again. Another realistic thing that I think a lot of us would do in this situation. At least I know I personally would do this. I do it to myself all the time anyway, where I talk out loud to myself when I'm alone because it helps me think. And he's doing this as well. He's mumbling to himself to like help figure out the situation. He's trying to navigate these sea charts. He's trying to navigate his coordinates. And he's even written little notes on it. There's a note here that says weird ass tubes. I thought it said weird ass tubers, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I just rebrand as a weird ass tuber. What do you guys think? To be fair, you can't even see my ass. The sad part about being a PNG, not PNG, the sad part about being a 2D VTuber is you can't see my ass. It's so sad. You get maybe butt fangs, but that's about it. But yeah, he's currently trying to navigate his way through the depths, and Sorry for the drills. He's currently trying to navigate his way through the depths, and it's... You wonder what kind of experience this character has with C charts and coordinates, because I know if it was me, I would be so fucking confused. I would get more lost than Zoro from One Piece. I would be so fucked in this situation. So, like, you just quietly hold your breath and hope that he has some kind of indication about where the fuck he is. I don't fucking know where he is.
Hey, what do I do if I find something not on the map? You're not just pretending you can't hear me, right?
He's even trying to establish a dialogue. Wait, sorry. Let me turn this up a little. Just realized it's super quiet. He's even trying to establish a dialogue with the people that sent him down here in the first place. But here's where it gets a little interesting, because the intercom just dripped. Like, there is water dripping out of over the intercom. And I mean, at this point, Mark is most likely still sane. Like, he's still got plenty of oxygen. He's not been down here that long. So the intercom most likely still works properly. However, it's a little difficult to denounce when the intercom stops working and when it's just Mark's mind playing tricks on him. So it's interesting, like, you really have to pay attention to the little finite details in this movie to really think, like, is this all in his mind? Did they actually communicate with him after this point, or was this all just in his mind? Because for all we know, this intercom could have broke because there's so much moisture down here. We even heard it crackling and breaking up earlier, so after this point, it could all just be in Mark's head. Like, fear can make you see things. Fear can make you see things that aren't there. It can make you hear things that aren't real. And I mean, we don't know how much oxygen he has. We just know that he has 3 out of 4 buttons worth of oxygen. So it's most likely not like an oxygen issue that would be causing hallucinations, or lack thereof. But I wonder if it's like the sheer panic that would cause it. Okay. Yeah, he's trying to be proactive and then no response. And now we're shown that not only is it leaking moisture, but it's leaking blood. So it's not just the condensation of the room dripping back on itself. The iron lung is leaking. And I really like the way that Mark stays still when something happens. Like, when the oxygen button went down, when he realized that there was a button that could take pictures, he has like an initial reaction. Like, he either stays still or his body moves a little bit and then he stays still. But that in itself is quite real. Is just like staying still to like process what happened and then act. Like, he is like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that just landed on my hand? I love, it's really effective, the zoom ins to his hands, his body language. It shows like his panic, his disorientation of the situation. He's realizing, shit, this motherfucker is leaking like a motherfucking 6-hour tampon on a heavy floor. This is nicht gut. All he can do is just wipe it away and persist. Once again, his eyes analyzing the lights, the coordinates, the control panel. He is panicking, he is desperately trying to figure out what's going on, just based off how much his eyes are moving. Like his eyelids are open quite wide. His scleras are moving around a lot. Is it sclera? What's the colored part of your eye called? The iris? I think it's the iris. Yeah, the iris. His eyes are moving around a lot. He's really searching for the details to get out of this situation. He's trying to figure out what the fuck he's supposed to be doing to get out of this situation. And it's sad that he's not getting any communication. Like, maybe it could either be ignorance on the people who sent him down here's part, or it could be a malfunction because of him being down in the depths and the condensation is making the technology short circuit. But we don't know, and that's the thing, is because we have been shown how little these people clearly care about his well-being. We don't know. Check engine lights are on, contact your local mechanic. Tick, 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 tick. And that ticking in itself of the light is almost like you're running out of time, you're running out of time, you're running out of time, your oxygen is going, your oxygen is going. And that really adds to the suspense of this scenario. Like, the more I talk about this movie and analyze the finite details, the more I'm like, this is just a really good movie. But we're only 13 minutes in, so I digress. I mean, obviously, like, I've already watched this at the cinema, so I know it's a decent movie. And here we have our first real picture of an organic specimen, some kind of skeleton, or we don't even know. We don't know what this is, because after he takes this picture, this being disappears and he can't see him. Like, he goes back to the same coordinates to take a picture, but the thing has moved. And that could either be because the creature it's not a skeleton, it's actually just a highly dense bodied animal, alien, whatever the fuck this is, or the ocean current has moved the skeleton, as the navigators describe it of the intercom. We don't know. And there's so many unknowns in this movie that it keeps you captivated. At least it keeps me captivated personally, but it reinforces interest in, like, what the fuck is happening? What is this world? What the fuck is that? Yeah, so something that I find a little hard to digest with this movie, like you said, Golden, it only gives more questions. Like, this whole movie, I felt like I just kept getting question after question after question in my head, and I feel like I never really got an answer to anything. And I'm not asking for the movie to serve me answers on a silver platter. I'm not asking for it to be written out in front of me or to be shown. I'm not asking for exposition city in front of me. Maybe it's just that this movie is to encourage you to play the game, to look for answers, or to rewatch the movie to get answers. But at the end of this movie, I just felt like I had too many questions to fully appreciate everything. Like, I love the artist, like the artistic value of this movie, I fully appreciate. But there's just so many. Obviously, I love the unknowns in terms of horror and the suspense, but there's just so many unknowns that I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to think of anything. Like, I don't know if I have the motivation to go play the game or anything. I mean, maybe I will after this. I don't know. Maybe I'll be interested. Maybe after looking into this further, I'll be more interested. This is something I don't like with horror movies in general, but even when I was in the cinema, I really struggled to see what was going on the screen. It's not even just because I've blurred the footage on the screen or anything. The movie itself is just really dark, and that's something that I really don't like about horror movies, but generally it doesn't make sense in most horror movies to be really dark. But in this case, it does make sense, because he has basically only like 1 or 2 lights to use to navigate him around in here. And it makes sense why it's so dark in here. It's just visually it's a little frustrating, because I mean, I personally wear glasses, right? And I am short-sighted as fuck. I'm a far-eyed slag, right? Jesus, Sonny. What the fuck is he doing? Sonny. Whatever. I'm a far-eyed slag, right? And I already... What the fuck are you doing, brother? Jesus. I'm a far-eyed slug, right? And I already feel like I can't see shit properly almost daily. And that's with glasses. When I watch a horror movie, because you guys know how much I love horror movies. When I watch a horror movie and it's so dark like this, I can't help but feel really frustrated, because it makes me feel like I can't tell if my eyes are shit or if it's just really dark. Far-eyed Mimi the dream. Do I have eyes under the fringe? We'll never know. I don't. But I mean, I want to give it credit where it's due, because in this case it makes sense why there's not a lot of light, because it is again an enclosed space with very meager lights and, you know, not very bright lights on navigation systems to keep him like spatially aware. And I'm just like, okay, I'll give you a slight pass, but it again adds to the vast amount of unknowns, and I'm just like, it feels like there's very little wins in this movie. Like, as in, like, wins for the... When I say it feels like there's very little wins in this movie, I mean it feels like there's very little good that happens to the main character, which makes sense because it's a horror movie. But it also is like... It's almost like we, as a viewer, have very little good happen for us as well. Like, we are almost brought into the depths of darkness with this main protagonist. He probably can't see properly. We also can't see properly. Like, it's not just as humans we are mirroring what he is seeing, feeling, all that jazz. we are also like forcefully being brought into the depths with him to like heighten the sense of terror and, you know, the unknown. And I'm just like, you know what, that's cool and everything. I'm just like, God damn, I want some answers. And maybe the reason that there are so many unknowns, like I was saying, is to just make you be like, fuck it, I'm gonna play the game. I'm gonna look into the lore. I'm gonna watch like a 5-hour video essay about this so I can find out more. And I love that. If that's why there's so many unknowns, so that he can drive traffic towards the game, I love that. That's great. Because it's so dark as well, it's really hard to tell if the moisture that we see dripping is water, like from condensation, or if it's blood. Like it's almost like our eyes are playing tricks on us, just like Marky Moo. Slight Dutch angle. Slight Dutch angle going on here, where like everything is slightly tilted. Like we've been shown what the interior of the Iron Lung looks like, when the camera is like properly straight up. So we know that this is the camera on a slight, like, acute angle. And I think this is really the first instance of this happening, maybe, at least from like a wide angle shot. And this probably is the first instance where Simon the character is like, shit, I am fucked. I am in a bad situation. Like, we are getting like the full view of the Iron Lung and Simon, just him alone in his chair, and this is probably the moment where he's like, fuck. Not gonna lie, I thought that was funny. And to further the disorientation, now there is something physically banging against the Iron Lung, causing Mr. Marky Moo to fucking fly over his chair, somersault, motherfucking flip the whip over the chair. And he's not only being mentally strained now, he's being physically strained. Poor guy. So we've had no communication with the people on the intercom. We just simply are visually shown that he is being taken back to base. There's been no indication that he's going to be saved or guided or helped at all. We just have the visual indication of the light rising to show that he is being taken out of the depths. And now we are being shown that the intercom is starting to work because he's coming out of the depths as well. So most likely they didn't interact with him because of the lack of signal from him being so far in the depths of the ocean. But again, we don't know. It could also be ignorance on their part.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know. Was that you? Is it? You didn't tell me that there would be anything down here.
Yeah, so he was told that he only needed to go down and come back and he would be set free. And now they're saying, we just need to check something before we can send you back down. So they're already going against their word. They haven't told him anything. They haven't warned him of anything. Hence him saying, you didn't tell me there'd be anything down there, quote unquote. And so like he's like verbally freaking out. He's like, you didn't tell me there'd be anything down there. I do like the sound of the panic in his voice. It does sound good. Like from an acting point of view, I mean, not from like a sadistic point of view. Yeah, it's like, it's sad, like, because a further unknown is from the from humanity itself that is sending him down here. He was told that if he went down here and came back, that's all he'd need to do. But now they're saying they're going to send him back down again. And that's his relationship and his trust with like the humans that he's speaking to, like the fellow people, my fellow survivors. The trust there is also unknown. It's like the pile of unknowns at this point is like vast.
No fucking way! I'm done, so just bring me back up and throw me in prison. I'm not doing this!
Fair damage. Just tell me if there's a problem with this up, because you...
Yeah, they won't even tell, they don't even acknowledge that he is disturbed and terrified. They're just like, tell us if there is damage, tell us if there is a problem with the ship. We don't give a shit about you or your well-being. Just tell us about the ship. Like they do not care about him, and it's really distressing.
Well, the hull could be punctured, which means a leak, which means flooding, which means you die.
Seems fine.
Good. I can't see much, but it seems like the hull is in one piece, so we're gonna check on your progress.
One piece.
To settle back down.
She said one piece.
Yeah, well, it might take you a while to settle, so go ahead.
And this is the first. I think this is the first instances where. Sorry, I need some more. This is the first instance where we hear another voice. So we hear the main woman, Ava, and then we hear another person. We never get the name of that person, but where we can hear another voice now. So rising out of the depths, we feel a little bit of hope. We hear a voice, we hear another voice again, a familiar voice, and we hear a voice of another person. So the movie is trying to give us hope in that way, like, oh no, everything's okay, like he's around people again, he still has a connection with people. So earlier I was like, oh, there's like no hope in this movie, but like he does have slight hope. Like he is rising out of the depths again. Oh, he's rising out of the depths finally. But them already saying they need to send him back down is just like almost immediately obliterating any hope that we might have.
Settled. What does that mean? Is that why everything was shaking?
Essentially, yeah. The bottom isn't exactly rock, just layers of congealed blood and gas bubbles. That's why I said it wasn't stable.
I'm just gonna go back a little.
Yeah, well, it might take you a while to settle, so go ahead.
Settled. What does that mean? Is that why everything was shaking?
Essentially, yeah. The bottom isn't exactly rock, just layers of congealed blood and gas bubbles. That's why I said it wasn't stable. Holy shit. Convict shit. Did you find a skeleton?
Yeah.
This could just be rock skin. Can you get me a higher resolution?
Look at this. Yes, I did.
I love the different. I love the different angles of the light bulb on the intercom itself. Like it's almost like it gives the intercom itself a character, like a little bit of a character, like because we don't really see much of the people behind these voices, but the different angles of the different angles and like the different camera angles and compositional shots of the light bulb is almost like that is like a character in itself. Honestly, when I was watching this, I kept thinking of GLaDOS from Portal. Like I kept thinking that like the intercom in this way kind of looks like GLaDOS. Like it's just like a little machine with like a single like glowing light while it talks.
Convict, are you absolutely sure that it was a skeleton?
Yeah. I've seen a skeleton before. How stupid do you think I am?
We're pulling you up. Stand by.
So the woman says, "Are you absolutely sure that this is a skeleton?" But I don't know why she's even asking him that in the first place, because he never even brought it up. The other voice said, "Here, look at this most recent picture," and the woman says, "My God, did you find a skeleton?" And he just says, "Yeah," and she's like, "Are you absolutely sure?" And it's like she's putting way too much faith and pressure on this poor prisoner who's just trying to do what he's being shackled to the steering wheel to do. Like, how the fuck is he how is he sure? How is he supposed to be sure of what he's seeing? Just Convict and his intercom pal. Yeah, I mean, pals, I guess, if you count like the other voice. But yeah, so we found out that at the base he wasn't even resting on like a rocky foundation. He was resting on layers of congealed blood and gas bubbles, which is like, oh, that really adds to the body horror aspect of this movie. And I do like it a lot, because no one really knows what would happen if the ocean was so full of blood. Like we wouldn't know what would happen, but because blood thickens over time, you can, and there is like oxygen particles in ocean water. There is oxygen particles. Sorry, let me start again. Because there is oxygen particles in water. Like water is composite of carbon dioxide and oxygen. And I don't know why when I said that I just got like a fucking tism tick of the fucking robot from Subnautica going, oxygen. Fuck's sake. Sorry. Jingle jangle, concentrate, Mimi, jingle jangle. Water is made of oxygen and wait, is it oxygen and hydrogen? Am I bullshitting now? It's not carbon dioxide, is it? What is water made of? Again, this is movies explained by a slug. I ain't no freaking scientist. Okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. Water is composed of oxygen and hydrogen particles. And when blood meets oxygen, it coagulates. And you can only assume that if the ocean was filled with blood, the oxygen particles from water being mixed with blood would cause like layers of coagulation, and that's so gross. Yeah, no, H2O. I was just like, I don't know why I thought the H stood for like carbon dioxide. Like silent H. I'm a dumbass. Yeah, and the gas bubbles you can only assume are like, oh, I don't know. We don't know what the gas bubbles are. That like it like almost like ties in with the whole lung aspect of the iron lung. Like what are those gas bubbles from? Are we on like, are we in a giant monster? Is all this gas from like the sheer amounts of like decomposition from dead bodies, or what is it? It's just, there's so many unknowns that keep you freaked out. Blood also contains oxygen. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, is like we don't exactly know how like such large amounts of blood would react with seawater. I mean, again, I figured that the blood was human blood when it said that there was a quiet rapture, because like, I mean, where else would the blood go if there's been lots of people that have died? And I also thought of like, I saw this like one thing that said like, if everyone in China peed on the used the toilet at the same time, it would cause like a tsunami. And I'm like, I can't imagine if there's like in relation to that sort of, I can't imagine if there's a worldwide rapture where so many people have died that it's just excuse me. Jesus Christ, did you hear that? That was fucking guttural. I think I need to get something to eat soon. If so many people in the world have died and there's just so much blood, it's got to go somewhere. But we don't know what would happen with that much blood in the ocean. We don't know what would happen with that much in the ocean. Tsunami of pee is scarier than an ocean of blood. I don't know. I feel like an ocean of blood is scarier because it has more questions tied to it. Like, where did all this blood come from? Where are all the bodies? So many things. Yeah, Mimi, finally done moving out. New place feels weird, but at least I can kick my feet up for now. Nice! I didn't realise you'd moved to a new place, Lomsy. Congrats on the move. And hello there, hope you're doing good. Thank you for joining. We're watching... we're analysing Markiplier's Iron Lung. And I feel like, and brother... I feel like I've got iron lungs myself because of this fucking cold I've got. I forgot this movie was supposed to be a thing. Thoughts so far? I mean, like, I've already watched the movie, so I do have a lot of thoughts already, but it is quite good. There's just a lot of things that I'm like, aren't answered, and it kind of frustrates me. What if there was never any seawater there to start with, only the blood somehow got there? I don't know if that would be possible. I mean, obviously I don't know because I don't know how much blood every human being on Earth has, but the fact that we've only discovered about 5% of the whole ocean and every person has about 8 gallons of blood per person. If there's 8 gallons of blood per person and there's about like 9 billion people on Earth, that is a lot of blood, but I don't know if that's enough to replace an ocean. I hope you can recover soon. Thank you, Leon. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mwah. Once again, poor convict just being forced to self-soothe because the people that sent him down here are not giving him any guidance. They're just talking amongst themselves. They're not saying, you're nearly at the top. They're not saying, we're bringing you, like, they're not saying brace for impact or anything. They're just saying, like, stand by, and that's it. Like, and poor convict is just being forced to self-soothe here with, again, another deep breath, like like you can hear him shaking with his breath. He is terrified, and it's really distressing to see that even his fellow human is not, trying to, help him out in any way. It's really distressing. Like, how bad has humanity got that they can't even do something as simple and human as just comforting another human and offering sympathy? How desperate are they?
Okay. So now what?
So what's the deal? Am I done?
How's your afternoon?
And we finally see the woman behind the voice. This is Eva. This is the woman on the intercom. This is the woman who's been speaking to us the whole time. But we simply just see her through the window that we've had this whole time. And even while she's talking, there's still blood dripping down the window that she has to keep wiping away to talk to him. He has such little contact with any fellow human being in this movie that it really exasperates the feelings of loneliness and claustrophobia. And I mean, no one likes to, okay, some people like to be alone, obviously, but it's a human instinct to be around other humans. We are a social species, and to be kept alone for such a long time in such a terrifying scenario is really, it's like, it's cruel. I don't know if there is law change between movie and game, but the quiet rapture is the disappearance of all habitable planets and stars. People are only presumed dead. I mean, based on how much blood is in the ocean, I feel like there must be a lot of death in this. Otherwise, where does the blood come from? Also, the movie/game does not take place anywhere on Earth and such, but it's a space station on the titular blood moon. See, I do recall there being mention of a moon or something at some point, but I mean, how is there oceans on a moon? Huh? How does that work? Maybe, wait, is there actually like an ocean on the moon that is just human blood? Because I mean, that would make more sense, because the moon is way smaller than Earth. If there was an ocean of blood on the moon that consisted of, like, most humans, like, have died and their blood is just an ocean, that would make sense. But how did that happen? How did any of this happen? It's so confusing. And right, back to the movie. So he's risen back to the surface. Oops, my monitors are being funny. Watching the days go by. Okay. So Mark's just been through a terrifying circumstance. He's been through a terrifying instance. He's finally back on land again. and he's finally interacting with a fellow human, but she is not treating him like a human whatsoever. The first thing she says isn't even hello, it's not you did a good job or are you okay, anything of the variety of those things. It's just, what is it she says?
So what's the deal? Am I done?
After oxygen. Being released?
To be honest, it's a little hard to hear her as well.
So what's the deal? Am I done?
After oxygen. Being released?
She's like asking about like the condition of the ship. She doesn't even ask about him. Like, what the fuck? Nobody knows, even the game tell that must be impossible. Yeah, there's just so many unknowns. I'm like, ugh. The events are very mythical in nature, but seen through science lens. To exist any body of water, you need atmosphere. The moon has no atmosphere, so it should be impossible, making the situation even more scary. But the thing is like, it's hard for me to be scared because it doesn't make sense. Like, if it made sense from a scientific point of view, then I'd be more scared, but because it doesn't make sense and it shouldn't be possible, I'm just like, what is happening here? Like, I'm confused. Is it like, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, because there's like holes on the moon, right? Is it like the blood has seeped into the massive craters on the moon and that's what he's being lowered into? But we're told it's an ocean of blood, so I'm very confused. The blood must cold, freeze, or evaporate in space, but not in this moon. I know, I'm so confused. Like, I'm so confused. Does anyone have answers about these things? Is the game developer gonna make, like, I don't know, a DLC so we can figure out more about the game? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm down a light, but yeah, maybe there might be a leak. There was some blood dripping in, and then there's some kind of liquid building up on the walls. I don't know what it was.
It's just condensation.
I know condensation. Look, it doesn't matter. You just warn the next person that goes down what I found. There's something alive down there.
Like, he's even going out of his way to, like, warn them about... He's saying, like, tell the next person you send down about what I saw down there. Like, he's trying to be helpful and proactive. He's trying to give them information and help. And in return, they're just leaving him in the dark, literally and metaphorically. They're just leaving him alone, not giving him proper communication or interaction. They just keep, like, neglecting him, and it fucking sucks. Also, I think an ad might be starting. One sec. Yeah, it seems like there's like gambling audio playing over the top of this, so I'm just gonna have to mute this for like 10 seconds. But yeah, he can barely even see through the window. He can barely see what they're doing. He's got like barely any indication of like his surroundings. And I mean, also he probably has seen this stuff, but we haven't as audience members, and it again and heightens like the fear of like the unknown. Like, we don't know what's going on. Okay, let me see if it's stopped now. Right, okay, this audio gone away. The impossible nature of the events that have taken place is part of the horror, I think. Unknown eldritch things. I see. I think I do love unknown eldritch things. Like, I love horror, the fear of the unknown. I love horrors that are beyond our comprehension. But the thing is, I think when it's too many unknowns, it just makes me feel a little frustrated, because it feels like it's kind of like why I don't like fantasy, because people will write things and just play it off like, oh, it's just magic. Oh, like, oh yeah, no, don't worry about that story element. It was just magic. I like things that are based off of like reality, because it makes it feel more immersive. And the fact that this feels more fantasy is a bit, it makes it hard for me to fully immerse in it, because there's not really anything that's based in like any science. Like, maybe there is, I don't know. Like, if there's scientists out there that like know what would happen if like know what conditions there would need to be for there to be an ocean of blood on the moon, for that to be possible. And I mean, maybe the ocean of blood itself existing gives hints as to like the atmosphere, as to like the sheer terrifying situation they're in. But I am just a snail. I'm just a slug girl. I don't know this stuff. And, you know, I can look into the law, but it's just a lot. I try to do the math for you, Mimi, but it's a way too small a number. All the blood on Earth would be less than 0.01% of all the water in the world seas. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, William, for doing the math for me. I do appreciate that. Give me an applause for that. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's way too much water to compete with the amount of blood. But that was me thinking that this took place on Earth, which it doesn't. It takes place on the moon. So, like, I wonder what, like, I mean, and the moon is way smaller than the Earth. So maybe whatever conditions have happened have made it possible for there to be a blood ocean on the moon, but I don't understand. Like, because there's not really any scientific base for this to go off, I find it hard to be immersed, if that makes sense. I think you have a mindset that can only be scared by what is possible. Strong skepticism. A lot of people fear the imaginary and what they can't perceive more. I mean, I also fear what I can't perceive, like, as in the unknown. I find the unknown very scary. But the thing is, I find things more scarier when I feel like they could happen in reality to us. In real life. Like, if this was based more on actual science, like it maybe it is, I don't know. Oh, can you hear Sonny growling? He's dreaming. He's so fucking cute. I made him a little nest recently out of like sheets and like this cardboard box, and he's so cute. But yeah, it's like, I'm someone who needs things to be based in reality a little bit for me to be immersed in it when it's a story like this, you know? It's why I love the horror movie Get Out, because that feels like something that could actually happen. Like, I know that like, obviously spoilers for the movie Get Out, but the science of like taking someone's brain out and putting it into another person's head, that's a little like far-fetched, because there's so many complex nerve endings and organs involved that couldn't really make it possible with our current technology. But it's something that could happen. Like, we've been told that like within the next few years the world's first head transplant is going to be possible. So that is like a science that is foreseeable in the future. And furthermore, it's based on human rights issues that we face in our in our current society, with people based on like what their race is, like, and that's why I like it so much, because it's like, it is obviously a bit far-fetched, the science, but it's based in a it's based in a way that's like very much like our own world, and the science isn't like that far off our own, if that makes sense. I agree with you. Fantasy and reality don't have to be opposites. Yeah, I mean, like, just I feel like if there's like a balance, like I was just saying, like Get Out is a really good example of like fantasy mixing with reality. Like the science of someone stealing a person solely based off their race, and then putting their own brain into their body because their body's old and they need a new body that's quicker and healthier, or they don't even have like a specific reason. There's like so many reasons in the movie why they pick people of color for these things, but that is reality. Like that is like something that we do face in society, is like people do face segregation based on the color of their skin, but it's never for a clear reason or for any one reason. And again, the science of that the science of the horror with like the brain switching, like the brain replacement surgery, is something that is like something that could very much happen in our world. If we circle back to this movie, with the very fantastical science of the blood ocean on the moon, it sounds very cool and fantastical, but it's really difficult for me personally to be fully immersed in it, because I have too many questions. And I feel like I'm over explaining myself, but like when I have more questions than answers, I can't really be scared when I'm so focused on being confused. Like, it's not even like confused from horror, like confused from fear of the unknown. It's like also confused, like there is a lot of fear of the unknown, which is cool, but there's also like, there's just so much that isn't known, and it makes it hard for me to be like it's kind of like Schrodinger's cat, right? Like Schrodinger's cat, if you don't know what that is, it's a test that a man called Schrodinger did, where he put a cat in a box with like a timed poison that would release in the box at a random time. And, you know, with the box closed, we don't know if the cat is dead or alive, so we can only assume that it's both. And in this case, with us being submerged in a depth where we can't see anything other than what's perceived through the camera lens of an X-ray machine, I can't help but feel the same in that way. Like, I'm both scared and not scared, because, you know, the depth of the ocean is scary inherently in itself. Like, in our own world, I'm fucking terrified of the ocean. Like, that shit, have you seen the shit that's down there? Like this colossal squid that's like arms are like longer than like a 30-foot tower, or like even those like fish, the lantern fish, the like anglerfish that have the light bulbs and big teeth. Anything like that is so scary. And that is like rooted in our real world. But because you can't see what's on the outside of the ship, and there's so many questions rather than answers, I can't help but feel the opposite of scared. Like, I'm not sure if I'm making sense. I'm both scared and not scared. Well, the cosmic The cosmic horror is much about questions without clear answers. The universe is so big, so old, we don't know how many impossible things that are out there until we find them. That's true. I think, I mean, I love cosmic horror. I'm literally reading It by Stephen King, and my favorite part of the monster of It is the fact that, like, it's a cosmic eldritch horror that we don't know where it's from. We don't know what its true form looks like other than a bunch of lights. And it can take any form it wishes. We don't know how it can even be on. We don't know how it came to our planet. We don't know how it knows what we're scared of, because it can read your mind. It can be seen by only you, or it can be seen by only someone else, whether it, like, whatever it chooses. Like, there's so many unknowns about it, and I do find that really scary, because it roots itself in a town that already chooses to look away from horrors. Like, for example, there's a lot of in the town of Derry, in the story, there's a lot of horrors that people just assume is like a serial killer. They just turn a blind eye to it, and they're just like, oh, it's just a serial killer. They don't choose to look into it any deeper than that. And that is like a very real thing. Like, in our world, I mean, it's definitely happened where, like, a bunch of people have died and people are just like, oh, it's probably just a natural disaster or something. Like, they don't look into it, they just turn a blind eye to it. There's a lot of horrible things that happen in this town. Like, people are abused, people are hurt, people are segregated, and people just say, like, oh, it's just, you know, the candy has too much sugar, or oh, it's just the weather of the time of year. People just explain things away by it being, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, oh, it's something we don't know. And that's where the horror of It really ties in with that, because he is something, he is like, he is like a horror that, like, oh, it's so hard to explain. Like, they all explain these horrible things away, and it's almost like he exists because he's the horrible thing that caused all these terrible things in this town. And oh man, I feel like I'm not explaining myself properly. But, like, it's, again, regardless of my terrible explanation, it is fantasy mixed with reality. Like, often in our world, people will explain crazy things that happen with a simple explanation, like, oh no, that's not that crazy, it's just this and this, it's fine, don't worry about it, just don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain, just focus on the flowers, Lenny. I'm doing so many movie references, I can't keep track of what I'm talking about. It being like an unknown horror explanation for so many, oh my god, I'm gonna stop. I'm confusing myself and you guys probably. I felt the same about Markiplier. He was both dead and alive while making this movie. He looked disheveled on every update video. Oh no, where? Poor guy. I mean, I guess it makes sense for your first movie. And there's like so many, if you have so many creative things that you want to implement in your movie, it makes sense why you'd be so tired. Like, my experience with making a movie is I've made like a horror stop motion movie before, and that took me like a few days, well, probably weeks. I can't remember. It's been fucking years since I did it. But that in itself, I was so disheveled and tired. Like, it's hard being an artist. I know that we don't have to be, and it's a very first world problem, but when that's your whole existence and that's what makes you happy, then you kind of have to be. It's a tiring process. I wonder if, like, he is just genuinely tired then, and that's not even him acting, that's just him being tired. What you're describing now is a big reason why the game itself was so polarizing when it came out. Those who were able to suspend more disbelief enjoyed it more, and those who couldn't just ended up being bored with it. I mean, that is generally why I can't enjoy fantasy, because unless it mixes its themes with things based in our reality, I find it really hard to enjoy it. I enjoy this because, like, I mean, I love horror movies, obviously, like you guys know, but like the idea of a blood ocean is really interesting, and figuring out what is in those depths is interesting as well. To be honest though, since you guys said that this isn't on Earth, I'm less interested. Like, I thought that this was like a lot of blood from humans mixed with the waters of the ocean, and like the things we see in the depths could either be our own marine animals and, you know, things that have been lost to time down into the ocean, or it's some other worldly creatures. But now I know it's just otherworldly creatures, and obviously that's creepy, but I'm like, I care less because it's like there's a little bit less mystery. It's like, oh, it's aliens. Like at one point in the movie, Markiplier even says like, oh, fucking aliens, and I'm like, oh, so it's aliens? How do you know it's aliens though? But I guess that's how he knows it's aliens, because it's on the movie. I agree with fantasy take. It's hard to take seriously or feel much weight to it when there's no basis other than because I said so. Yeah, exactly, Lomsy. That's pretty much my thoughts. Sorry, I know I've had this paused for so long. I feel like I really needed to talk about my feelings with like the whole reality and fantasy thing, because like, for example, I tried playing Final Fantasy XIV. I got to speaking of blood, I got to Stormblood. I think I got like halfway through Stormblood, and then I gave up because I was just like, there's so much fantasy, and you know, it's nice to like pretend that these things exist, but I like to think about fantasy things mixed with real things, you know, things that could happen. And a lot of times in games like Final Fantasy, it just would explain a lot of plot points or like themes and character decisions with orb fates, with like, oh, it was magic. And I'm like, well, how am I supposed to be invested in something when it's just explained away with, oh, it was magic? How does that make me interested in it? Yeah, Paul, you won't make me. Thank you. I want to get back to finishing this though, because at this rate, I'm worried I'm not even going to be able to finish this fucking thing. It's been 20 minutes. We've got like another, hour or two, another 2 hours. Jesus Christ.
Hey, yeah, so I found something, right? Something good?
We downloaded the picture. Sure looks like a skeleton to me.
So come on, get me out of here.
I do really like this frame as well, like the window with the blood dripping down. It's almost like his only hope of being saved, like by this woman, is in itself cascaded in horror. Like the blood dripping down constantly. She's trying to wipe it away, like, oh, there's nothing wrong here, there's nothing wrong. Wipe away the blood, there's nothing wrong. You just need to go back down into the depths. There's nothing wrong, it's okay, you're fine. And I know it's a little hard to tell, but like she actually has like a big scar on her face as well. Like it's almost like a radiation burn or something. And maybe it is, because not long after, like very soon, Mr. Mark takes a picture whilst he's up here, and it takes a picture of a bunch of people in the room. So like we see like the skeletons of the people working around the ship, and maybe they have gotten radiation poisoning from working with this X-ray machine submarine for so long. But to go back to what I was saying initially, I really like this shot. I think it's really effective because, like, she in this frame, she is surrounded by light. She, like, the light in itself is hope to our character Simon. She is the only hope he has to escape this prison, this metaphorical prison of this iron lung submarine. But she is veiled with droplets of blood. So her intentions, although he sees it as she is my way out, she can get me out of here, her intentions are very different. She wants to send him back down. Even like the way that the blood is dripping downwards, it's almost saying like, you need to go back down, you need to go back down, you need to go back down into the depths. Like there is a lot of camera angles and dolly movements that like move from A to B downwards that portray a lot of like, you need to be down in the depths. It's almost like saying to Simon, like, this is your fate, you are to be in the depths. The blood is dripping down, camera angles dripping down, his eyes constantly look up throughout the movie like he's pleading to go back. He's pleading to go back to the surface, but the world around him is saying, no, this is your fate, to be down here. And even his only hope, this woman, Ava, is cascaded in what is essentially his fate, you know, dissensions of blood and horror.
Hey! You're not listening to me! There's something else! Okay. It's not like I don't want the deal, alright? I want the deal. I want to make it. It's not worth it. It's not. It's not worth it for me. It's not worth it for you. Fine, skeleton, but you're not hearing me when I say there's something else. Something alive.
There might just be.
Yeah, like she's saying, like he's trying to warn her by telling her there's something else down there. There's a creature down there. There's a monster that's going to hurt me, and it's terrifying. It's horrible. I don't want to be down there. But she's seeing that as, oh, this is a discovery. You need to go back down there and discover more. Like she smiles at him and just says, well, there might just be. And now she's making plans for him to go back down. And it's like, brother, where is the empathy? Where is even the sympathy? This woman is just cascaded in a veil of blood. She almost doesn't even see our character Simon through the window. She just sees the potential of what he can bring in terms of research to the human race. She's a bitch.
Right up front. All you gotta do is point it in the right direction. Once it makes contact, it should be able to grab onto something and hold on tight.
So what am I supposed to do? Just ram it?
Pretty much.
You can't be serious.
I am. You'll have to hit it hard too. Hard enough to make sure that it catches. You won't be able to see if it works, so in the second chance.
Maybe it's strawberry jam.
You don't just want me to ram it. You want me to
Maybe
ram
it's
it
magic.
Why play games? Why go through all this trouble? If you want me dead so bad, why don't you just do it yourself?
This is the best we have. And it's a lot more than you deserve.
Like, that in itself is, like, what's the opposite of humanitarian? It's a very uncivilized statement, being like, it's more than you deserve. Like, obviously, at this point in the movie, we don't know what he did that was so bad. But even with the, like, I've watched the movie, so I have the knowledge that he apparently was part of I think it was a heist to destroy the filament station, which I'm not even sure what that is. I can only assume it's a building on the moon that was important. And he says that he didn't plan, he didn't want to be involved with it. He didn't he's clearly told them before, because he repeats it over and over again when the topic comes up again later. He's clearly tried to plead his case before, but they just are not listening to him. They just, when they look through this glass, it's almost like when you go to like an aquarium and you look through the glass and you see the fish, and you just see something that is mesmerizing, that is a potential discovery for yourself or for our knowledge as a human race. And that's almost like how she is looking in through the glass right now at Mr. Marky Moo, seeing him as just, he is not a living being to her. He is just something interesting to look at. Jingle jangle, jingle jangle. Inhumane. Yes, that's good. Thank you, Sam. The way that they are all treating her, sorry, let me try again. The way they're all treating him, especially her, is very inhumane. And it's, again, it really shows how desperate the human race must be for answers in this situation, because it's like, how can you say to someone, it's more than you deserve? This fate is more than you deserve. Like, being down in the depths of a blood ocean, all alone, with barely any help or supplies, and on a small amount of oxygen, with no water or anything either. No water, no food, no supplies. It's more than you deserve. How can you look someone in the eyes and say that unless you are very inhumane? She's a bitch. I'm just gonna keep saying that. She's a bitch.
This is bigger than any of us, so just do your job.
My job? Oh, I'm sorry. The handcuffs must have confused me. I didn't realize this was voluntary! Hey! Don't walk away! If this is so important to you, why aren't you going down there? Hey!
I mean, he's not wrong.
Go down! Come back! And then I'm free! That was the deal! How many times are you gonna use me?
And they're not even listening to him. They're welding up the gaps that were causing the leaks in the iron lung. They're not listening to his pleas, his cries. And that causes him to lash out and take a picture of them with the radiation camera.
Before you let me go! What?
And that in itself could have been avoided. Like they've been exposed now to X-ray radiation, which in small amounts it's not harmful. Like we use X-rays in our day-to-day life, not day-to-day lives. We use X-rays in our modern world to, view the human body. Like if you have like a broken bone, or if you have like if you think might have a problem internally, we use X-rays all the time, but we don't know like how often they've been subject to X-rays. Because if in our world, if you are exposed to too many X-rays, that can become a problem. I remember learning about this in I think it was physics in high school at least. It said like your chances of getting like too much radiation in your body increases if you go like through security at an airport, for example, because they have to use X-rays to see what you have in your pockets and if you're hiding any bombs or anything. So if the more you go abroad, the more you go through a security X-ray, the more likely you are to suffer from the effects of radiation. At least that's what I learned from high school. I'm not sure if that's true. And in this case, we don't know how strong the radiation is. I'm not exactly sure like if X-rays have like a strength meter or anything. That sounds so fucking dumb. But we're not sure how often these people have been exposed to radiation. If they can even be exposed to radiation anymore, because maybe on the moon maybe they have less bone density because there's not as much gravity, so that means that the x-rays cause more damage to them when they have a picture taken. I don't know. But yeah, he shouldn't have done that. But he was panicking. He was just pressing buttons. They should have said to him, don't do that. They should have warned him. They never warn him of anything. They never say, you're going to see scary things in the depths. They never say, don't take a picture of us with the x-ray machine. They never say anything. They just say, do what you're told. Do your job. It's for humanity. Do your job. And how are you supposed to get any kind of clear answers when you just, expect someone to just do what you say blindly? Like, I don't know, man. Cooperation. What even is that?
Are you out of your mind? Oh, good. You can hear me. Now get someone else for your suicide mission.
See, he even says like, oh, good, you can hear me. Because they were pretending to ignore him that whole time. And they only acknowledge him when he lashes out and uses the radiation camera. Which again, they didn't warn him about. So he just took a picture of all the people in the room and subjected them all to radiation poisoning. We don't even know how much radiation poisoning he could be getting just by being in this machine. Like, we don't exactly know. But he wasn't warned about any of this, so that's the consequences of being inhumane and not giving the slightest bit of consideration and communication to this man. So yeah, just don't be an asshole. Don't be an asshole, that's the moral of the story.
I'm not going.
Black-tested radiation, you psycho-eating fuck!
What the fuck? Like, she calls him a psycho, but how was he supposed to know?
You can hear me. Now get someone else for your suicide mission, because I'm not going.
Black-tested radiation, you psycho-eating fuck!
You psycho... Enan fuck? What? What does she call him?
Oh, good. You can hear me. Now get someone else for your suicide mission, because I'm not going.
Black-tested radiation, you psycho-eating fuck!
I don't know what she's saying. Psycho Enan fuck? But like the fact that the only time she's acknowledging him is to give him orders and insult him. It's just, I fucking hate this woman. Huh? She's a biatch. She's an absolute biatch. You know what I'd fucking do in this situation? I'd be like, you know what? I'm just going to keep pressing it until you let me out. I'm just going to press it again and again and again. No, honestly, actually, because that would probably make them send him down again. But if they were being like that with me, I'd just be like, you know what? I'm just going to do the same. I'm going to ignore you guys. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to keep pressing this button. I'm just going to keep fucking shit up. In fact, I'm going to bang against the sides of the iron lung. I'm going to destroy shit. I'm going to grab this office chair and I'm going to smash shit. Because if you really need to forge for resources in this world, then you value every single material that is on this iron lung. And if you will not cooperate with me, then I'm going to fuck shit up and I'm going to make your life hell. I'm just saying.
It's not a normal camera. You can't see through blood, so you need x-rays to get through.
But he didn't... She's getting so mad at him about the camera being an x-ray camera, but he's clearly shocked by this and upset because he doesn't want to hurt anyone. Like, he's clearly like a decent person. And he even apologizes multiple times. Like, he never receives an apology by her or anyone in this movie. But he's clearly a good person who is sympathetic and thinks about his actions. And, I mean, we were shown earlier in the movie how much he thinks about something before he does it. Like, the way he analyzes the maps, his resources, his the manuals that he has access to. He analyzes all that very... What's the word? He analyzes it very anally. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Huh?
He analyzes everything anally before. It's a word. It's a word. He analyzes everything very anally before he makes a physical choice. Like earlier, I was telling y'all about how even if a drop of blood lands on his arm, he doesn't react until he thinks about his action first before he does anything. The oxygen meter, it reduces by one amount of oxygen that he has, and he doesn't freak out, he doesn't act out immediately. He thinks about what he does before he reacts. And in this situation, because she was being so she was being so, what's the word, so uncooperative, so I can't think of the word, I mean inhumane, like y'all said earlier, because she was being so uncooperative and so inhumane, it forced him to do something he wouldn't usually do, act out of character, and just start spamming buttons and, you know, caused this to happen. But that's because she wasn't fucking communicating with him. I fucking hate this. She's a bitch.
It's on. I didn't know that.
He even said, I didn't know that. Like, this guy's looking at him, this, I can only assume is like a technician, an engineer, is looking at him with so much hate in his eyes, but he didn't know that. He's not being communicated with properly, so how is he supposed to know? It's ridiculous. Oh, I can hear a dog. I can hear my neighbor's dog barking. Okay. But it's just... furthermore, with the veil of blood on the window, it's almost like when they see him with so much rage that they just can't treat him like a human. Like they only see red. Like, again, literally and metaphorically, they only see red when they see the convict. They're like, oh, he's a convict, he's a prisoner, I can treat him like shit. He's done crimes, he's done a terrible thing. And when he acts out, because of their neglect, it's like even more reinforced. Like, look how much this window is covered in blood now. They are just seeing red when they see the convict. It's so fucking unnecessary. Like, just fucking talk to each other, motherfucker.
I didn't know that. Look, I'm sorry, but maybe if you had talked to me, this wouldn't have happened.
It's interesting that I didn't realize, like, if there's like any doctors in chat, feel free to let me know the effects of overexposure to X-rays. But that dude just threw up. Is that normal? Is that a thing? Overexposure to X-rays causes nausea, or I don't know. I don't really know what the effects are of...
Just get the symbol.
I don't really know what the effects are of overexposure to radiation, but I'd fucking do it again. I'd press the button again. I'm like, ha ha, motherfucker, I'm gonna press this like a motherfucking elevator button until you let me the fuck out. I ain't gonna cooperate. If you're just gonna kill me down here, then I'm gonna kill you, okay? I'm gonna fuck your shit up. I'm gonna fuck up the iron lung. It's like the fucking meme where the woman is trying to wake up the people with the fucking metal plate. She's like, I'm not gonna fuck up. What is it? She does like, I'm not gonna sleep because of y'all. You're not gonna sleep because of me. I'm gonna be like that. I'm gonna be like, bitch, listen, if you ain't gonna communicate with me, I ain't communicating back. I ain't giving you any information. I'm fucking your shit. X-rays are radiation and... No, I know. X-ray technicians need protection against overexposure, but nothing is instantaneous. Oh, Jesus. I love that meme that's like... Have you seen that one meme where it's like... Doctors, when they tell you that the x-ray machine is painless and won't do anything, and it's just like they're like running away as fast as they can. Because the last time I got an x-ray done was on my chest, because I have like really bad breathing problems, and I've been like going to doctors about it for years, and they never gave me a clear answer. They never ever gave me a clear answer. I think it kind of came to me realizing about myself and my own health that it's probably just I need to exercise more. And it's also when I'm really anxious, like it's like a correlation thing between my anxiety and my breathing. If I'm really anxious, my breathing gets way worse. But that was me figuring that out myself, pretty much. And that might not even be the right answer, but that's all I've been forced to come up with, because the doctors couldn't figure out anything. But when I got that chest x-ray done, I remember like the people that did it, like the two technicians, they like went into like a closed box room with the doors shut, and they just were looking at me through a window, and I'm like, why are they in like a different room? What the fuck? They're like, oh, it's just an x-ray, it's just a standard x-ray, nothing wrong with it. You run away. I'm like, bitch, what the
bruh.
But yeah, you can see in this character's face that he's apologetic, but she don't give a shit. She's sending him back into the depths. No warning or anything, and he's falling over. Like, they don't say brace for impact. They don't say hold on to something, like be careful. Like, for all we know, the fucked up things we see later on could be a result of him having a concussion. He just hit the deck so fucking hard. And again, the camera is like obtusely askewed now. Like, it's like a complete like 180-degree angle. On 90-degree angle? Is it 90 degrees? Yeah, it's like on a complete 90-degree angle now. Like, we are just completely derailed. Like, his plans to escape and be free are completely derailed too, but like, goddamn. Brother just fell into the wall, but it's the floor. Sheesh. Yeah, she doesn't say like brace for impact. She doesn't say like be careful. Like, he's the only thing that can go thing. He's the only person. See, now I'm being inhumane. He's the only person currently that can go down and get these things, and he doesn't, like, I say can, like, he's the only person that is going down to get these things. He doesn't want to, but they don't even treat him with the same respect that they treat the submarine itself. Like, they brought the submarine back up, they patched up the submarine, and they gave the submarine like a once over. They're like, okay, it's all good. They did more. They gave more aftercare to the submarine than they did to poor Marky Moo. And then they just send him right back into the trenches with no warning or apology, just staring at him with evils and death in their eyes. Marky Moo, you don't deserve this, brother. Like, he's actually bleeding from his mouth. Fucking hell.
Come on, convict, you can't be too upset. Kind of fair play after what you did. I'm sure you still alive. There you are. Beginning the descent. I'm sure you still alive. There you are. Beginning the descent.
Mark, we need less blood, not more.
Hey, you gotta close the portal shield, man. Hello? Convict, this is serious. Close the shield.
Where is this?
Like, they don't even... So now we're talking to a different person, and he's not been told why. He's not been told what the shield even is or how to close it. And they're just yelling at him immediately, like being very what is the word I'm trying to think of? One sec. Sorry, I had to fart. Listen, I'll blow my nose on mic, but you got to go to my Patreon if you want to hear me fart. But they're not telling him anything, and they're just expecting so much of him. They're being very... The word's not unnecessary. It's being very... Oh, I can't think of the word, but they're being dicks is what they're being. And I was wondering if this was the point where because the camera is flipped 90 degrees, like it's like flipped on its side. What if this is the point where the situation itself is flipped on its side, because Makimu was just hit the deck so hard that he's bleeding from his mouth. Brother could have a concussion. This could be the point where he is hallucinating the things happening. So the voice that we're hearing could just be like a random voice in his head. It might not even be communication at all. It could just be him seeing and hearing things because he just fucking got a concussion from hitting his head. Very cruel, I guess. Sorry, I know I keep talking about how cruel it is, but I can't stand seeing people get treated with such abuse for no reason. I know it's a movie, but listen, I just care about people.
Where's the other one? The other one? You talking about Jack, the guy you irradiated? Well, Captain's taking him to medical, so I'm in charge now. And my first order is close the fucking shield.
And they're saying to him, like, the other guy you were talking to, Jack, is gone. It's me now. Close the shield. But he wasn't talking to a guy called Jack. He was talking to a woman. So that's what makes me be like, is it that at this point that he's hallucinating? Because, like, I mean, he was not talking to a guy. If only the voice in his head was cute like Mimi, he would be fine. Aww. Thank you. That's very sweet.
What can you do? It's not responding, which is why we have you. Is it closed? Yes, boss. Good. Now we're gonna give you about 30 minutes to go get that sample before we pull you back up. And don't worry, I know landing it sounds scary, but the salvage claw will take most of the impact, and those welds aren't going anywhere because Jack is good at his job, he was.
And like, look, he's like clenching his fists like the Arthur meme, and we're getting a closer look at the costume design in this instance. His convict outfit, I guess, like his clothes are worn, dirty, tattered. They look like they're almost like bandages around him. Like he himself is an internal organ in the machine that is being wrapped up with bandages. And he is clearly very apologetic about what just happened. He didn't want that to happen, but his hand was forced, you could say. I know his hand is in the screen and I'm being a bit too literal, but his hand was forced, and you know, he doesn't want to be in this situation. But so he's speaking to a new voice. I don't know if we ever get the name of this dude, so I'm gonna just call him Sheldon.
Bazinga.
We speak to Sheldon, and he says that an engineer called Jack just got sent to medical because of the radiation thing that just happened. And we're no longer speaking to Ava, the woman. Don't know why. He doesn't explain that. And Mr. Makimu is going back down into the depths of the blood ocean. Fun.
Good at his job.
You didn't think it was important to tell me that your camera was a radiation gun?
That shouldn't have happened at all. The camera's wired into the black box, but I must have wired it into the back of it. I don't know. We were in a rush.
Things are somehow faster when I don't know what I'm doing.
You know, honestly, if I were in charge, you would know more. I'd actually give us some results, but I'm not. I'm just a cog in the machine. But, you know, this is bigger than us.
So I've heard.
Yeah, it seems like that is like whatever this company is that is doing this, it seems like that is like their motto is this is bigger than us, because they just keep saying that over and over. And even later on in the movie, Ava, the woman, I think she says that again, and someone says, "Oh, shut up with that goddamn motto." He even says it like monotonely, just then, like, this is bigger than us. Like, he clearly doesn't mean it, but he keeps repeating it to himself to make himself believe it. Everyone else keeps saying it around him, so it must be true, right? But yeah, Makimu's been sent back into the depths, again, with no further information other than he knows that the camera is an X-ray gun now. It's not a normal camera, but he only found that out because he was forced to lash out. It's almost like a brainwashing tool at this point. Yeah, like they're purposefully not giving him any information, and it's almost like to trap him in a vacuum, like what do you call it? Like they're trapping, he's almost like in a literal echo chamber, because he seems to get more done just, you know, talking out loud to himself than he does trying to interact with his fellow humans. What's up, my fellow humans? And when they talk, when they say something to him, it's not helpful at all, or it's to berate him. It's just manipulation tactics.
Look, man, can we just agree this is important? The Norman Station was a bad loss, but imagine if we could actually rebuild it.
And he's still bleeding. He's still bleeding from having just fallen over and gotten it. Maybe his. Oh, sorry, that was my dog. He just fell over, and he might have a tooth missing, or his mouth is bleeding. We don't know if it's his mouth, or maybe he has an internal issue because he fell over. When you fall over, anything, all bets are off. You could have hurt anything because that's your whole ass body hitting the deck. Anything could have happened, but I wonder if him like touching the blood is to like give a like a sign to the audience, like this isn't real, like because like this is in my head, this is an illusion, this is a hallucination because I just hit my head.
Even you could be a part of that. I read your report. You surrendered. You don't fully buy Eden's bullshit. All their talk about the last tree.
It's not about the tree. Look, Eden gave me a tattoo. The COI made me burn it off. I didn't choose either of them.
And they're even forcing him to be branded almost like an animal. Like he is treated as lesser than a human. But yeah, it's at these kind of points where they talk about the last tree and Eden and these different company names, and I'm just like, what? The last tree, huh? When it mentioned the last tree, I just thought of the fucking Lorax. That's where my mind has to go when I have less answers. I have to think of other movie references.
I still get a scar. Since a quiet rapture, none of us get a choice.
Ignore that. There's at least something we can agree on. To be honest with you, Captain's had a consolidated stink of the rest of the quiet rapture, but she cares about her crew. Some more than others, but you know.
You're right.
Can you at least tell me if this thing is blasting me with radiation?
No, the hull's thick enough. Whether we soak it up anyway.
So this is also almost an indication of Mark having hit his head and now he's having hallucinations because he has a concussion, because there is a creature behind him moving around in the darkness, and it's most likely not real, but it's happened after he's hit his head, and I can only assume that at this point, like, obviously I've already watched it, so I know what happens, but like, this is the point where like we have to be quite we have to read between the lines even more so. Like, you could even classify what we see as, like, because what we see, it's supposed to be perceived as like, that is what Mark sees, but I feel like at this point it should really be that he is an unreliable narrator, almost an unreliable perspective from the protagonist. We didn't, like, did we even get to see the creature?
Captain's had a consolidated stick up her ass in the quiet rapture, but she cares about her crew. Some more than those, but
You're right. Can you at least tell me if this thing is blasting you with radiation?
no, the hull's thick enough. The blood was soaking up anyway.
We don't even really see what the creature is. We just see like a dark silhouette with slight textures on it, like, move into the darkness. I can only assume that this is a combination of fear, anxiety, lack of oxygen. That's not one of the reasons. And having hit his head, all being a big gumbo soup of hallucination. Hello?
Air. We need this, not just the COI, all of us. We need this. It's the first shred of rain we've had in 20. Excuse me? Hey, folks.
Like, even the intercom is breaking again, and I know that, like, it's getting deeper into the depths, so that's most likely why the intercom connection is fucking up. But what did Mark say? Like, did they say, like, be quiet or something? Like, all he said was shut the fuck up, and that was enough to cause this guy to get so angry, even though when Mark fell over and initially got up, he said fuck you to this person, and this person's reaction was just to, like, laugh it off. It's not, like, I think the thing with, like, like, you know when something is an hallucination when, like, there's a lot, like, there's inconsistencies in characters or visuals. So in this case, this person that is speaking to Mark over the intercom, they, you know, he said fuck you to this guy, and this guy just laughed it off at the first. But now, after seeing this creature in the dark, this supposed creature that just went around this corner, Mark is now freaking out even more, and that's almost causing a direct parallel with this person, and their emotions are getting heightened too. And he said, shut the fuck up, and they start going off on one, like, you deserve to die down there, like, this is a fate you deserve. Like, he starts saying all these horrible things, and that doesn't really align with what happened, like, 10 seconds ago, where he said fuck you after hitting his head and getting up. So that just really makes me think, like, when Mark hit his head, that's when things start fucking up, like, as in, like, that's when hallucinations start. I hope you die down there with the rest of them. Like, if that was actually a professional that's supposed to be doing their job, they most likely wouldn't say something like that, but they also wouldn't give away that Mark isn't, like, the first test subject, because the woman before said that this is the test. Like he's the first one that they've sent down, and if someone else has been told the same things she has, like, don't tell him that there's other people down there that have died. Don't tell them that we've tried this before. Say this is the first test. The guy wouldn't be like, good, died down there with the rest of them, fuck you. He like this feels like to me at least, this feels like a hallucination. Did he even take that picture? Because wasn't that the sound of like a picture being taken? Oh, I guess he does press it. It's so hard to see. Like it's like unreliable. Like we can't even rely on our own eyes in this movie. Markiplier made a movie. Did he win an Oscar? That's not really how it works, Extra, but welcome in. Hello there. In order to win an Oscar, there has to have been an Oscar, you know, event after the movie came out, and the movie came out like what, 3 days ago, and that there hasn't been any like Oscar events recently. Or what are they called? The Emmys? Do they call it the Oscar? I can't remember. But welcome in. Markiplier did indeed make a movie. He was based on Iron Lung, the game. Yeah, so he could, I don't know if he pressed the button or not to take that picture, but like, that's what I mean, like we can't even rely on our own eyes in this movie. They should prepone it? What does that even mean? So our boy is trying to investigate into the submarine again, into the Iron Lung, and it seems like he just opened up a thingamajig and a necklace fell out. And honestly, I remembered him having this like bracelet thing the whole time, but I guess he just found it. I don't remember, man. But he's trying to figure out how to fix the ship again. He's trying to figure out how to, you know, get his shit together, and he's found a little piece of lore, you could say. He's found a little trinket that he can use in his travels. He doesn't ever use it though. He just kind of looks at it every now and again. I remember this being something that he had personally, but I guess not. To be honest, it's really hard to tell what it is as well. Like even in the cinema, it's really hard to tell what it is. I think it's like supposed to be an insect, encased in resin, or like a petal. I'm not sure. It's like kind of hard. It's kind of hard to tell. Like not just because of this quality. I mean, like in the cinema, it was hard to tell too. Jesus, it's dark. cross the wires. So our boy Mikey Moo just found a note that says cross the wires. This does feel kind of like a game, like he's like exploring through the submarine and he's finding like little hints to how to proceed through the game, through the plot. An insect and resin, are we Jurassic Parking the rapture? I was gonna say that, but I was like, I've already made so many movie references, I just need to stop. But yeah, it's like a sliver of the mosquito amber resin from Jurassic Park almost. Honestly, when I saw this, I thought that it was supposed to be like almost a nod to Jurassic Park, but I'm like, this movie has nothing to do with Jurassic Parks. I'm just making shit up. But yeah, he's making do with what tools he has. He's like making do with the little bit of light that comes from the picture he takes when he presses the button and takes the X-ray picture. And he's found a note that says cross the wires. Now, what does that mean? And maybe I feel like we could take this again in another way. Like, there are wires in this box here where he found this little pendant thing. Maybe this note was left behind by a previous person who navigated this ship. But what if it's also a hint that Marky Moo has his wires crossed because he's like lost his marbles a little bit because he's scared, he's probably hungry, he's thirsty, he's tired, he's not got any oxygen, or he's not got a big supply of oxygen. But he's gonna cross the wires and try fix stuff. Do you really wanna taste that? Bro, I'd end up like zapping myself if this was me. And then when he crosses the wires, he has a screen here with a message that appears saying, "We won't be returning to the Grove, brother." Oh no, they got Hulk Hogan. Brother. "We won't be returning to the Grove, brother. This is the only hope I can offer. I'm sorry." And it makes you wonder if this is what his comrades said to him when they were infiltrating the filament station. Because what does that even mean? That's so random. Or is this a message that the previous person who died in this ship left behind, saying like, "I'm not gonna survive this submarine iron lung fuck ass mission. I'm fucked, brother. Hulk Hogan, save me. Come on my face, brother."
It's not an expedition. It's an execution. When they put you in here, they don't want you to return. And even if you do, and even if they keep their promises, what freedom waits for you? A few dying ships in a sea of dead stars. If there is still hope, it lies beyond the veil. Hope in this void is as illusionary as the starlight.
So we could take this as this is in his mind, but it's also this is like, again, like the movie's like manipulating you to be like, is this real, is it not real? So when you're watching this, you kind of have to be like you know, earlier I mentioned Schrodinger's cat. When you're watching this, I feel like you kind of need to be like, it's both real and not real at the same time. So this could be in his mind, but also it's also a message left behind from the previous person that was in this ship. seemingly at least, that the convicts that they put in these ships, they don't care whether they live or die, so it's basically an execution. And if they happen to get research along the way, then that's great. That's this guy's perspective. His perspective is, this is an execution mission. They don't, like, they basically send us down here to die. And the perspective of the company that sent Marky Moo down here is, oh, this is greater than all of us. We need you to get samples and research and whatnot. So it is basically an execution. Like, the company that sent him down here are just phrasing this as like a, oh no, it's for the good of humanity, don't worry about it. But like, he's definitely not going to return, and they'll probably gain more research from his findings, but it is an execution. This message is quoted from the game. Oh damn, really? I didn't know that. Apparently this message is quoted in the game too, so very, very cool reflection of the game itself.
I will choose to breathe my last here, at the bottom of an ocean, unseen, unheard, uncontrolled. They'll get their execution. I will get my freedom.
I like the way that this scene, it shows the screen and the final remnants of this person's voice message, but it also shows Mark's reflection of himself. I need to call him Simon, because I just, like, Simon and Mark are the same thing, you know. Mr. Simon's thinking about how he wants freedom, but he can't look at this, like, his eyes are closed currently, and he's holding this bracelet that he found with this little piece of life, this little insect in resin, as he's like holding it as like to say, like, I want to live, like, this is like the last piece of life that I can find, and I want to hold on to it. The message that's playing on the screen being encased in yellow is almost like a danger warning, like don't pay heed to what this person says, like, you need to like get your shit together if you want to live. And so Marky Moo, he listens to this brother's message. He's like, thanks, didn't ask. And he's like, nah, bitch, I want to be free. Get me the fuck out of here. I want to, and he starts patrolling.
Sorry, brother. But I want to live.
Mm-hmm. And he troops forward with the motivation of a Marky Moo. This shot in itself was really confusing to me as well, because the camera flips from looking at Mark, looking up, and then Mark is also there. I thought that was the monster. So again, it's the movie itself is manipulating us, the audience, into being like, oh my god, what was that? But it's just it's like passage of time. Like, he's no longer sat down, he's over here. But like, if you look, like, the camera starts there, Marky is here, sat down, doing his thing. It's a one shot, so it doesn't stop. And then Mark is also there taking a picture. So it makes you be like, oh my god, who was that? And even, you know, earlier I said that like the creature, the like dark silhouette creature he sees earlier, it had like a texture on it. When I think about it, that texture actually looks like the mummy wrap texture that's around Mr. Marky Moo. So it's like he's just seeing things that are just himself. He's like, oh man, this movie fucks with my brain, brother. So he's supposed to be collecting a sample of the skeleton that he found. The woman before was like, just get the sample. So he's currently going back to the coordinates of where he found the skeleton, the quote-unquote skeleton, to get a sample of it. And he's going back to the coordinates, looking all around, but he cannot hear a single sound of the skeleton. Skeletor is nowhere to be found in these grounds. I'm rhyming a lot with the word arounds.
Where'd you go?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe. Okay, oh, sugar. Okay, so here it says, oh gosh, hazards of radiation exposure. The electromagnetic X-ray, oh gosh, I can't read all this, part of it's blurred. Upon activation, the camera discharges 7,400 millis something of radiation per ignition. Warning, a minimum dose of 6,000 millivolts will cause acute radiation poisoning and death within weeks of initial exposure. Do not stand in front of or around the camera while it is powered. So even if they didn't tell him, they could have just said, listen, if you just read the manual, you'll get everything you need to. You could have, brother. Did they just expect him to read the manual and understand everything from that? Millisieverts? I have no idea how to say that. What's up, Essa? What's up?
Hello there.
How you doing? How you doing? What's up? Use it. The electromagnetic X-ray can cause radiation exposure to crews coming out with its use at your own risk. So this skeleton is nowhere to be found. And only now is he reading the information in the pamphlet about how the camera causes radiation poisoning. So, I mean, even if they didn't have time to tell him, they could have just been like, quickly read this pamphlet on your way down or something, brother.
Hello?
Mark is trying to find his way around. I think at this point he's just like following random coordinates. Like he's just kind of going in a circle around the coordinates where the skeleton was to try and find it. And to no avail. Seems like the people up above are trying to communicate with him, but the communication isn't strong enough. Either that, or again, I wonder if the flickering of the light and the noises in his head. Like he's desperate for any form of human communication, so he's just like hearing things at this point. Like we've all been there where we watched a horror movie and then afterwards we hear like a creak and we're like, oh my god, that was a ghost going, like, you know, we all want to hear what we want to hear.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Convict. Yes, we see you early. What's going on? Are you away from the location?
Well, this is gonna sound made up.
The skeleton's gone.
Say it again, I can't hear you.
The skeleton is gone.
How can it be on?
I don't know.
Like they keep saying about him, like how can you not, like, you didn't use the radiation camera wrong, you're not going to the right coordinates, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong, but like they're saying like how can the skeleton be gone, but like how is he supposed to know? He's just like, we don't know this guy's occupation, we don't know his background, we don't know anything. For all we know, this dude could know about, you know, reading sea charts, navigation, driving submarines, but we don't know. And so we just have to expect him that he's just an average Joe. He's just an average dude. So morning, Sullivan. Hello there.
Hello there.
How you doing? Have a great morning. Thank you for hanging out. And I just being like, oh, where's the skeleton? It's just like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
I'm at the coordinates. I took a picture. It's just a big hill. I don't know. Maybe it got buried.
Step by.
More running water to almost signify like the building pressure of the situation, and perspiration on Marky Moo's poor little sweaty forehead. What we're doing today, we are analysing the movie Iron Lung, made by Markiplier, that released a few days ago.
We're still picking up from nearby 5250 there.
1 second. No, it's just more hill. It's... How about now? It's just more hill. No skeleton.
Yes, no, I can hear you. Say that there was a hill.
Yes, I am on a hill. There is no skeleton.
They got moved in the quake. Probably what we're picking up ahead of you, maybe meters.
Like he is trying really hard to like communicate with them effectively. Want some Sour Patch Kids? I mean, I would say yes, but how the fuck are you supposed to feed them to me?
Yeah.
I think I should get something to eat soon though.
Why is it so hot in here?
Just stay focused to get the sample.
Can I not ask a question?
No. Stay focused and get the sample.
Like they even say he's not allowed to ask questions, which is a little confusing because he was asking plenty of questions earlier and it seemed like it was totally fine, but now they're saying like no questions, just get the sample. Probably because, I mean, if this is an hallucination, he can't give answers to himself because like he just he has his own knowledge. Like, he can't give himself the answers that he doesn't have. So in my mind, I'm like, this is still an hallucination. He's just being told to go find the sample and to focus on the mission. Don't ask questions. Magic, just magic. Oh, brother.
Bruh.
He's taking his clothes off. Okay, this is the part where, like, because he's getting hot in here. I mean, think about it. If you're submerged in blood, that's probably really hot. I mean, actually, I guess not, because listen, it depends on the science of this, because blood is the same temperature as the human body, right? So like, what, 36 degrees Celsius? Whatever that is in fucking Fahrenheit. I don't even know, y'all. Fahrenheit's a dumbass system anyway, but so it's like the same temperature as the body, and if you're completely surrounded by that in a submarine, that's probably going to make you warm as fuck. But I mean, we don't know why he's, I mean, it's most likely because he's like trapped in here with his own carbon dioxide, like his own perspiration is, he's like sweating on himself. His like breath. I mean, like, think about it. If you like take a cup, like a glass, if you take a glass and breathe into that glass, you can see that it is like fogging up immediately. If you're like if you're in like a coolish area, right? And if he is just breathing, like, it's just him breathing in this enclosed space, that is going to cause, like, you know, it to like heat up, and encased in blood, maybe that might even like what's the word, insulate, that might be even insulating the heat. I don't know how it works. I don't know the science of this at all. With no ventilation or cooling in a small space just existing, and they will make it unbearable eventually. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Oh my god, in the vents, like FNAF, like Among Us. And here we can get another look. I know that you can't see properly, but that's the point. I just don't want to get in trouble with YouTube, okay? Here we can see that his clothes are quite badly tattered. So either this is like the uniform of a convict, or simply the resources in the world are just so lackluster that they can't even have nice clothes anymore. If you take out the N in lung and put an S in the front, now you have Iron Slug. It's me, your boy, Iron Slug. I have an iron deficiency in my blood. No, but seriously, I have an iron deficiency. It's a problem. The doctor says I have no vitamin D. Oh, and my name is Squirty Mimi. It's such a curse.
I didn't mean for that to happen. Francis, I'm scared.
He's even saying, like, this is him starting to say, like, I'm sorry about the radiation thing. And that's like a completely unprompted apology as well. Like, that just shows how good of a how good of a person this character is, that they are just like unprompted apologizing for a mistake that they made. And it breaks my heart that he gonna die.
The radiation.
I know what you mean.
How bad was it?
Doesn't matter. Dwelling on it doesn't help the cause.
Yeah, and what causes that?
Survival. The only cause we have left.
Tell that to the other poor bastards you left out there.
You're the first one we've sent down.
What's the point of lying to me? What's the point of any of this? What does it matter if you find a big fucking skeleton? This is all just useless bullshit to get me killed.
Do you think that I enjoy this? Do you? There aren't enough of us left to be throwing lives away, but there is too much at stake not to take calculated risks.
No, yeah, I've been really wanting to play Metal Slug, to be honest. I only found out about that because of Penny. But since I heard about that, I was like, I want to play Metal Slug. Because, I mean, a slug is a name for a bullet. And you guys are my Sluggies, so it only makes sense. I want to play that. But yeah, I think it was at this point where I was like, okay, I feel like they're like just yelling to yell right now. But now that I'm rewatching it, I think I'm also thinking the silence is probably causing more tension, which is making them yell. Like I do feel the tension now. I'm just like, I'm feeling the like the silence between them talking really heightens the tension of the situation. Like, I mean, let me listen a little more.
Eden doesn't understand that. You don't understand that.
What's to understand? It's all over, that's what Eden understands. At least they're not deluding themselves with some big future for humanity if we all just believe hard enough.
So blurry in some points as well. See, your eyes are just always losing focus and drifting here and there. You need a jingle jangle, jingle jangle. The team who made Metal Slug made a submarine-based game called In the Hunt before it. I see. Hello, Acidonia. Hello there.
Hello
Welcome. There. Welcome in. Yeah, so he was trying, poor Markimi was trying to apologize for what he did, and it ends up just going a bit wrong. You know, it's like she starts fucking yelling at him and just, it's like, brother, he's trying to cooperate with you and she's just making it hard. She's a bitch.
Game over and you know it.
Hold on, really quick. I really need the bathroom. I didn't realize we'd been streaming for 4 hours. Jesus Christ. We've only gotten through like 40 minutes of this movie and we still have like an hour and a bit to go. I really need to pee, and I'm also gonna make some noodles as well because I haven't eaten anything today. Actually, I'm gonna make some cereal, I think. Feel free to get yourself a drink, snack, whatever, take your meds, have a pee-pee. And I'll be back in like 10 minutes, I think. Yeah, okay. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Mwah. Thank you for being here and hanging out. Appreciate you. BRB. Hello. Hi. Sluggies. Wait, where the fuck? Why is it not tracking my phone? Oh, there we go. Sluggies, I'm really tired. I think I'm so sorry. I know I've just been BRB for like 10-ish minutes or whatever, but I think I'm gonna have to do a part 2. This is my first time doing anything like this, so this is like gonna take a little bit of growing pains. But I think when I do this with another movie, I need to just skip through the movie, because this is a 2-hour movie and I've just been sat here like the whole time, like analyzing like every fucking few minutes. We've only gotten through 40 minutes of it and I'm really tired. So I think I'm gonna need to do a part 2 to this stream. I'm really sorry. I already expected a part 2. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Makes sense with my fucking energy levels. But to be fair, we have been going for over 4 hours, and going to walk Sunny and getting some quick food. Like, I said quick food, I had a Kit Kat and an energy bar, and I'm just like, holy shit, I'm so tired and hungry. It's alright, you've already been at it for nearly 4 hours. It's been over 4 hours, actually. It's been a thing. But yeah, I think I need to do a part 2. Sorry that I went BRB only to come back and say I need to do a part 2. I'm really not good at like gauging my own energy levels. I only really realize that I'm exhausted after I've pried myself away from something. Just me hyper focusing on things and being a dumbass. You know, the classic meme things. It's like the inverse of brain rot. The head is now too big to contain the info. I mean, it's info that was already in my head, I guess. Unless you class it like Marky Moo, who's going crazy from his own brain. But felt the part 2 coming, don't sweat. Thank you guys so much for understanding. I really appreciate it. I guess we'll do the part 2 tomorrow and push the Stranger Things stream yet again to another day. This is like the millionth time I've had to fucking move the Stranger Things stream. God damn it. But again, this is going to take a little bit of growing pains while I figure out how to do this kind of content. So when we next review a movie, I'm just going to skip through it. I'm not going, because we've just been like watching it in real time, and that's probably why it's been taking so long, because obviously I have things I want to say, so I need to stop the movie, and then yeah. I'm gonna go eat and get some proper rest. My neck is killing me. I've been like rubbing the back of my neck for ages because it's so sore. And thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate you for hanging out with me tonight. Again, I don't really know how to raid on YouTube because they like changed the settings and everything since I last knew how to do this. But we're gonna do a part 2 tomorrow, so look forward to that. I am gonna skip through things tomorrow though, just so it's not as long, but I'll still give you as good as in-depth analysis as a slug can do, as a snail can do, as all the good things can do. But thank you, Sluggies, for hanging out. I hope you have a great rest of your me morning, me afternoon, me evening, me night. And I'm gonna come close. I'm gonna give you a big Marky Moo kiss, because I've been wearing glasses and pink mustache like his channel logo. I'm gonna give you, oh wait, sorry, the spoilers are in the way. Be gone, spoilers. Okay, big sniss. Mwah. 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 I snub you. Oh yeah, slimy. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, same time, okay? Mwah. Oh yeah, slimy.